Um, Hello. It's been a little while. Last time I kicked off the events towards the ending of the main campaign, but I forgot that it's a little longer than I remembered. Just a tad. So now I'm continuing that. The walk to the MTR station is tense. Infiltrating the headquarters of a megacorp and locating Raymond Black will be challenge enough. Extricating him from his mother's assist device before his memories are permanently altered is another thing altogether. You hop the MTR South Island line and roll noisily down to the nearby island of Upley Chow, a dense forest of soaring skyscrapers and corporate greed. Amid them, blending innocuously with its neighbours, stands Prosperity Tower. You open the door to the lobby and step inside the headquarters of Tsang Mechanical Services and its CEO, Josephine Tsang. Last time I also stopped here because the game glitched and the loading bar was stuck. It's not moving. But I worry that is my save file corrupted? Please, sir, I would like to play the game. I'll wait a little bit more, and if, in the meantime, it still doesn't load, I might stop the game, roll back my save a little bit if I can, and hopefully nothing too bad has happened. But who knows? To the one person who's watching, how's your week been? If you'd like to share. Has this moved? Part of me feels like it's moved, but it's always been near the L, right? Was this game more intense on my computer than I initially thought? I guess I'll restart the game. Okay. Gonna switch it to this screen so you aren't watching just a black square. But let's try that again. And if I go into load game, and then if I rewind, so if I go back to there, so we go back to talk with Miss Kindly, Auntie Cheng. Cece, hello. Hi Twix. Is this the first time you dropped in on one of my streams? That's not a good sign. You step out of the MTR station and into the balmy night air. An impenetrable wall of clouds, heavy with imminent rain, is blown in from the south. It covers the stars, causing them to wink out one by one. You can smell something on the air, something electric. The wind whips up around you and the clouds begin moving in a thick grayscale swirl. The spiral builds and grows, shimmering with faint amber light. As you watch the clouds roll in the sky, sorry. They really shouldn't have made I and L look so similar, especially with smaller fonts. The sounds of the city retreat. A bubble of soft white noise replaces them, wrapping around your head and reflecting your own heartbeat back on you. You look down from the clouds to see the lights of the docks dancing in a warm, saturated bloom. I think I'm going to enjoy the stillness a little. You lean back and take in your surroundings. The boats, the golden glow of the light on the water, the lapping of gentle waves against the docks. And then the first twinge tickles your chest, lets you know that something's coming. A moment later you feel an incredible tightness in your chest. It feels like your heart is being crushed under the foot of a giant. Your vision goes grey, and your sense of balance disappears. Gradually, blood rushes in to refill the organ, inflating it like a balloon. Try to catch my breath. If you gasp for air, it doesn't come. Your breath shallows out, thins, makes you gasp like a suffocating fish. Your chest contracts again and again as you struggle to take in breath. You stumble forward and every cell in your body seems to vibrate. The energy thrums inside of you, pulsating, building to an unbearable crescendo. And then you're on the other side of it. You find yourself standing in a familiar courtyard. The walled city. You're back in the walled city, just like in your dreams. You can taste the stench of the place, the mildew and plaster and wet dog stink of the slum. No, this isn't real. You squeeze your eyes shut and shake your head, willing the images to disappear, willing yourself back to Hawaii and out of the decaying slum that you found yourself in. When your eyes open, nothing has changed. The crumbling facades of tenement buildings lean into one another above you, closing in on either side and creating a narrow walkway. Just like in your dreams, there's nowhere else to go. Nowhere but forward, down the path ahead. I guess I'll start walking. You let your legs carry you forward. Feel a creeping sense of certainty in the back of your mind, and it tells you that you've taken this same walk hundreds of times before. The sense of claustrophobia mounts and builds with every step you take. It feels like you're worming your way forward down a long, dark tunnel. The humidity of the place sticks to your skin. As you proceed deeper into the walled city, a low rumble fills the air. The noise of enormous gears in motion. You feel hollow, empty. And with every step you take, you can feel that emptiness growing, an unbearable yearning unlike any hunger you've ever known. Continue forward. You continue walking, just as you always have, just as you were meant to. Off in the distance, an alien silhouette beckons to her. An alien silhouette beckons to you. It's her, the tall, slender thing from your dreams. The elusive figure that you've always been moving toward, but could never quite reach. A crowd of locals line the path ahead, kneeling in supplication. They look emaciated, all skin and bones, clothed head to toe in dirty rags. Examine the kneeling figures. Stare at the nearest of the kneeling figures, a wiry man in his late 20s. He locks eyes with you, and slowly his mouth yawns open. The man has no teeth. They've been pulled, and recently, from the looks of it. His gums are a bloody, pitted mess. As you stare into the black void of his mouth, his tongue comes lolling out. Looks like it was caught in an industrial accident. A swollen, twisted slab of meat. The corners of the young man's mouth twitch upwards into a ghostly smile. What happened to you? The man with the ruined tongue doesn't respond. He kneels in silence, staring as your feet carry you past him. Seconds later, he fades from view. Your legs carry you deeper and deeper into the beating heart of the tenement. If you haven't reached the centre yet, you must be close. It's incredibly hot and humid in here. The sweat rolls down your body in sheets. Your thoughts go hazy with the heat, and a dim sense of unease takes root in the pit of your stomach. focus on the uneasy feeling. You try to concentrate on the unease that you're feeling, but you find it impossible to focus. The omnipresent sound of grinding gears isn't helping. Looking up, you can see where the noise is coming from. A hatch. The same door that you saw in your nightmare back when all of this began. The markings on the door are legible now. A single word in faded yellow paint. Prosperity. Suddenly, impossibly, the alien figure that you've been moving towards is standing right in front of you. At the same time, your vision finally clears and ice water runs through your veins. The walled city isn't a slum at all. It's an enormous, gaping maw, and the buildings are a forest of crooked teeth. The thing reaches for you, with inhuman speed and grace, plunges fingers of polished ivory into your mouth. Slowly, terribly, it begins to wrench your jaw open. You can feel your teeth splinter and break, and rough fingers on your shoulders snap you back to reality. The hand clenches into a vice-like grip and yanks you backwards, off of your feet. You come crashing down to the floor of the Hawaii MTR station. You can feel a rush of wind just in front of you, a passing train. "What is wrong with you, Seattle?" Strangler Bao eyes you coolly. Auntie Ching's lost too many runners already. Besides, there are cleaner ways to end your life than jumping in front of a train. I was just in the walled city. There was this thing. He cuts you off with a grunt. You're hallucinating, and you almost just got yourself killed. Now get up and get back to that floating wreck that you sleep in. You don't get to die in here unless Mrs. Ching says you do. Oh, I got karma. That's a fair amount of karma. I go 9 and then save the rest to continue down Conjuring. Do any spells actually unlock after Hellstorm Barrier? I wonder. Anyway, I gotta get to the Mahjong parlor. The walk through the Mahjong parlor is punctuated by the tantalizing smell of coconut and fried confection. Your crew surrounds kindly Ching, watching uncomfortably as she peels small egg-shaped delicacies from a waffle-like pastry and pops them into her mouth. Each time she does, her eyes close in ecstasy and a soft sound comes from her throat. There you are, Seattle. Your crew here tells me that you are able to locate and interrogate the plastic-faced man. The straw sandal's eyes narrow and her rusty voice takes on a jagged edge. They haven't told me his current disposition, however. I assume everything went as I instructed. Yes, Auntie. We took one of Josephine's pieces off the board. Kindly Ching's nostrils flare with a sharp inhale, and her eyes glisten in triumph. That was for you, Nightjar. I trust you got something useful out of him? We got plenty. He gave us a data dump on everything he knew about Prosperity Tower. First-hand info. Josephine's headquarters. She puts down the pastry, rubs her nose, considering. That could be useful, I suppose. What do you intend on doing with it? We're gonna rescue Raymond. He's alive, Auntie. Just like I said he was. Josephine's holding him in there. She's doing something to his brain. Something to his brain? She takes another bite of her pastry. What is that old bitch up to now? Based on the memory that Mr. Plastic showed us, it looks like she's trying to rewire her son's memories using something called ASSIST, Artificial Sensory Induction Systems Technology. It allows the user to record, process, and feed synthetic sensory input to the brain. Like a SimSense chip. Yes, Auntie, it's a technology that led to SimSense. It's also what allows Deckers to enter the Matrix and grants Riggers a neural connection to their drones. An expert assist technician could alter someone's personality, memory, even identity. But I'm guessing experts like that don't just grow on trees? Definitely not. Changing someone's memories requires a world-class expert and assist in a massive amount of computing power. I'm not sure exactly what they're doing to him, but I'm guessing that his mum wants him to forget something. Or to remember it differently, maybe. What do we know about Prosperity Tower? Mr. Plastic dropped us a couple of terabytes of data on Prosperity Tower, right out of his brain. Isabel and I have been studying it. Lots of good intel to mine there. He looks at the rest of the crew. Just what we need to take around the place and hope to get out alive. How do we stop this assist thing from rewiring Raymond? All he knows that an assist device is located in Lab 12. It's the only one in the building. Now I doubt that Grandma will just hand over the passcodes to her system if we ask nicely. So we'll need a Decker to access the assist device and eject him from the system safely before she scrambles his brain. Got it. What does the Decker need to do? What does the Decker need to do to eject him safely? Like I said, we don't know. We're going to have to improvise. Figure that out when we get there. Talk to me about the security setup. How do we get to Raymond? The key to this operation are the 3 security stations located on different floors. The matrix systems in these security stations are the command and control hubs for the entire building's security. As such, they're the best place to find out where Raymond Black is being held. That's all we got on his location? All we know is that he's being held somewhere called Lab 12. But where that is, or how to get in there, is something we'll need to figure out on site. If things go hostile, the best thing to do is get to an alarm panel or a matrix security node and shut things down. If we're noticed, we'll have a brief window to cut the link to the alarm system. If we do that, it will isolate the whole floor from the security system. The rest of the building won't know what's happening there. If the alarm goes off and we cut the link to the alarm system, we can spoof the system, tell it we've moved on to another location. It might work once or twice, but if we spoof too many alarms, they'll figure it out. What about guards? Quantity? Training? Standard corp security for the most part, but Sang has a rapid response squad for high priority events. That would be us. So it sounds manageable up to the point we find Raymond. Judging by the way Grandma Sands took out Carter, Gutshot and Nightjar, I'd say she isn't interested in anyone getting anywhere near her son. Expect to face Sang's elite security once we find him. What else do we have on the security stations themselves? Staffing? Weaknesses? Only one thing worth mentioning. Isabel looks over to Wu. The only way into a security station is with a keycard, and guards on each floor carry a card to the station on that floor. So we can get a card by taking them out, but there may be other ways of getting keycards. Like I said, the security stations are the key to this operation. They provide multiple opportunities to exploit the system and determine how to approach the rest of our incursion. We go as quiet as possible until we have no choice. We don't need an entire building full of security on us. Roger that. We'll be quiet as rats. I see what you did there. If anyone doesn't know, Gobbet is a rat shaman. And she has 2 little pet rats. They're very cute. So which station do we hit first? The little Decker purses her lips. No way to know. We need to take one of them and use it to determine our next step. It's like we have directions to go find a map. How long is the brief window to cut the alarm? Maybe 30 seconds. Maybe less if the network isn't cluttered with traffic. It's there as a failsafe so security doesn't stampede all over the building if a janitor forgets to close a door. That's all I need to know about security. Let's hope it's enough. Ah, that's a typo. Let's hope it's enough to give us an edge. Let's hope it's enough give us an edge. That feels like a very different event, Duncan. How do we make our approach? Fortunately, Prosperity Tower is one of Tsang's lower security locations. It's mostly administrative, marketing, that sort of thing. That's good, kindly turns to her enforcer. Mr. Bao, give the runners those old Tsang security passes you used on that hijacking last year. Yes, Mrs. Chang, they'll get them. Those passes should get you through the lobby. The Triad boss pokes a fingernail between her teeth and dislodges a piece of pastry. You'll still have to explain your presence, Seattle, so don't expect to just walk on through. What about that junk data you held on to after the Wuxing run, Isabel? Anything in there we can use? Good thinking, and I'm already ahead of you. I scoured the leftover Wuxing paperwork and found a way to change our status to special couriers. We can use that to pose as a third-party Wuxing users to deliver important packages. That'll work for a while, but we can't expect to stay in cover for long. One way or another, things are gonna get hot. Things are already complicated enough. Let's take the direct approach. Fair enough. We go on through the lobby. That's all I need to know. One other thing. While I was helping Duncan verify as much of the data as I could, I decided to collect our marker with Bull and his team of runners. Good call. We need all the help we can get. Isabel looks up at Wu, her eyes big and round. Yeah, no kidding. Turns out Bull and our runner friends hit Tsang a few months back. Low rent smash and grab for another corp, but they got a quick scan of the building's matrix security before they rabbited. They gave us data flags that pinpoint where the security nodes are located inside of Tsang's system. So when we jack into a security station, we'll be able to make a direct attack on the security node. That could just buy us the seconds we'll need to cut the alarm link. Nice work! Kindly cuts in, licking her fingers with loud, smacking noises. One more thing, Seattle. While you're in her headquarters, look for anything we can use to incriminate or embarrass Josephine Tsang. I want dirt. Something I can feed to an acquaintance on the Executive Council. Someone who stands to gain from it. Does this dirt come with a cash bonus? She pops another egg treat into her mouth and her eyes close tight with pleasure. Of course, my sweet, of course. Now go enjoy Prosperity Tower. She smiles wolfishly. And give Josephine Tsang my regards. I got more karma. So... can I also use it? on. No, I cannot put any more into ranged combat. I swear there was more in the quickness tab. Let me stop by the Mystic Shop. See if I can get better gear or better spells. So, currently, I got Acid Bolt 4 and a grenade launcher. I could probably buy some more elementals. And maybe upgrade my armor spell. Does she actually have... No, I've got the best coat. Right, so... I can't get anything higher than a Power Bolt 2 because I invested all into Charisma casting instead of, I think, Intelligence casting. But, Conjuring. Armor 3. And also... Do I have that already? Let me see. Yes. But I would like... You can get 4/6? Huh. Oof. That's expensive. Might put that one back and go for a fire. Actually, no, I'm a fish shaman, so I might as well go to theme. No, Right. And then quickly sell off my old armor spell. I think if I want to sell the copy of Isabel's deck that's glitched into my inventory, I have to go to this dude. I'm not sure if I've ever talked to him. Oh, I should have been reading that, shouldn't I? Whoops. His lips work impatiently. Yo, what do you want? What's all this junk? Maximum Law's mouth crinkles in disgust. He jabs a pudgy finger at me. Junk? Hey, if you can't see what's in front of you, that's not my problem. This is Law's Technology Palace, satellite territory of Wampoa. You step on the boat, you're in a sovereign state. I represent Wampoa here. I'm Maximum Law. He draws himself up proudly, setting his hands on his hips. The Maximum Law, yo. Oh, found this while poking around in the walled city. Worth anything? He scans the chip's casing with a handheld optical reader. Yo, that shit is bad. Lifted off some Yellow Lotus? They traffic this stuff. Delimited sim chips, full sensory experiences. You looking for a buyer? I can make it happen. How's 120 sound? Sure, take it. Hope it finds a good home. Well, yeah, I'll sample it first. But these cowhearts can send you for a trip. Don't worry, I can handle my sins. I'm here for tech. Show me what you got. Damn. Isabel's deck is only moderately good, huh? 15 seconds against fucking things. See you later, Law. Yo, Seattle, let me know if you need anything. You're the biggest carnivore in the Kong. I do not like him. I might as well use some of my leftover money to get medical supplies. A massive steel security door is set into a bunker-like concrete wall. There is no sign or identification of what this place is. A battered intercom is encased in a cage of welded steel and armor glass. Grainy letters are barely readable on the screen. Chrome Alley. Medical services and mechanical repair. Premises protected by deadly weapons and infectious diseases. There's a crackle of static, then a brusque voice answers. What do you want? The voice's Cantonese is precise, but the accent sounds American. Is this a medical clinic? No, it's a chicken factory. What do you want? I'm looking for a medical clinic. Yeah, that's me. But listen, lady, I don't know you. I don't like people I don't know. Who sent you? I'm friends with Isabel and Gobbet. Yeah? Those two drag some real prizes out of the river. You get Nightjar to vouch for you, or consider giving you the time of day. Got it? You don't keep up with current events, do you? Nightjar's dead. There's a long silence on the intercom. Crying shame if that's true. And I saw that one coming. So you just washed up with Isabel and Gobbet, huh? You know what that tells me? You're here today, and you'll be gone tomorrow. I'll keep my distance. Fine. Kindly will vouch for me. Yeah? You just idle your engine there for a minute, and I'll check on that. There's a long silence in the intercom. The door gives several heavy metallic clicks, and there's a dull rumble, like heavy bolts sliding back. A green light flashes on the terminal. The door appears to be unlocked. You can enter the clinic. Stream looks like it might be lagging a little. So I might just see if I can turn down are there any settings I can turn down? Oh, that's worse. That's even worse. That's even worser. I guess we're stuck like this then. Oh, there's a full-on tutorial thing. Huh. But that's not the point. The point is, I want to go to the medical clinic and hopefully it won't be that screwed. The game, I mean. The stream. This clinic looks like it just hosted a party. Spindly mechanical arms swing from unobtrusive wall mounts, pulling down crepe paper ribbons and scooping food platters and empty beer bottles into biohazard bags. A severely crippled Caucasian man sits in a wheelchair, amidst a maelstrom of mess and robotics. He's in his 40s, thick beard, tungsten earrings, bare belly, one cyber eye. Both his legs are missing, one at the hip, the other at the knee. He has only one arm, and only 3 fingers remain on his surviving hand. His face and arms shows the scars of reconstructive surgery. He grins widely at you, regarding you with bloodshot eyes. He's clearly hungover. "Hey, I'm Ambrose," he shouts cheerfully in English, his words piling together in a loose Midwestern accent. "They call me Ten Arms. Welcome to the Kong, fellow Ucassian." There's gotta be a better word for that. He chuckles, his chest shaking with mirth. A Waldo arm springs to life and swings over to him. Its menacing metal pincer momentarily sets a cigarette between his lips, just long enough for him to inhale from it. "Kindly says you're alright. What can I do for you?" "You're a doctor?" Sure I am. I'm a rigger doctor, a rockter." Ambrose bursts into laughter, then stops and clutches his head. "Oh man, I cannot laugh hard today. Too much partying last night. It hurts." "I'm not board certified, but don't worry, I should be. I'm full-on skilled. My work's Yellow Lotus guaranteed and precisely in accordance with World Medical Association standards. Everybody in Hawaii comes to me, because I'm the only option." Ambrose chuckles delightedly. "I guess that makes you my only option too." "Hey, beggars can't be choosers, right? Don't worry, I take care of people here real good." "Show me your services." "Sure thing. Tune-up or spare parts?" "Medical supplies." We'll probably want a trauma kit and a med kit or 2. Yeah, that looks good. That's the trauma kit there. Maybe swap out those for these. Goodbye, Ambrose. Time for me to go. Cheers, Seattle. Talk to you later. You do talk to Ambrose more if you're a rigger or someone that uses cyberware. Like the last time I played this game, I was a street samurai who specialized in long range fire. Long range? Let's just go with long range and stick with that. The MTR doors open as you approach. I should probably stop for a second and save the game. Right. We want a decker. We want Ractor because he's not exactly a decker, but he knows his way around physical stuff. And we want big guns. Right. The walk to the MTR station is tense. Infiltrating the headquarters of a megacorp and locating Raymond Black will be challenge enough. Extricating him from his mother's assist device before his memories are permanently altered is another thing altogether. We hop the MTR South Island line and roll noisily down to the nearby island of Aple Chao, a dense forest of soaring skyscrapers and corporate greed. Amid them, blending innocuously with its neighbors, stands Prosperity Tower. You open the door to the lobby and step inside the headquarters of Tsang Mechanical Services and its CEO, Josephine Tsang. It's stuck at the exact same spot again. Is this game just glitched for me now? So this is an actual problem that other people have as well. And the way to fix it is to turn on HD textures. So let me just use Task Manager to stop it again, and this time run with HD textures. I can't believe that's the fix. You'd think that would be the problem, not the fix. But, I am so sorry, y'all. How do I... Right. So... supposedly... I go into Options, and I turn on the HD textures. Yep, turn on the HD textures, and I load for my last save. This is so stupid. How has it... Wait, is it just gonna stick there now? No? No. Yes? Maybe? Oh my god. That is the stupidest fix to a game I've ever heard of. How the heckity heck does that fix the... How the heck... But I suppose we should give Isabel some health kits and Ractor some health kits and Duncan some health kits and a phosphorus grenade, sure. And he doesn't have any other gear, so I might as well equip him with the thing that glitched into my inventory. And is a Decker thing, like the basic attack for Deckers in the Matrix, glitched into my thing. And then I'll put everything else on Ractor. I'm honestly so mad that that fix worked. Loading HD textures should not make something work better. It's the stupidest way to fix something. At least everything looks better now. The decadence of Tsang's administrative lobby is the first thing to hit you. The mood lighting, designer wallpaper, and the scent of burning lavender incense all blurs together into a foreign landscape that feels more dangerous than the rotting alleys of Hong Kong. Even the plants seem to condescend to you in their hand-carved limestone pots. Across the room from you stands a receptionist, 3 guards at her back. She seems unaware of, or at least indifferent to your presence. But the guards behind her lock their eyes onto you and adjust their postures. Regardless, it appears to be a routine response, as the guard on the far right lifts a hand to his face and lets loose a long, loud yawn. Security may look light, but we're not in yet. Word will only get us so far. Things are bound to get heated eventually. Just be prepared to cover your ass when the bullets fly. We got a lot to get past before we can get to Raymond. He's right. Keep our objective in sight. Kindly said we can find information on Raymond's location in the security stations. It'll be tricky getting into them, but once we do, it'll also be where we can cut the alarm system. Once we find Raymond, I'd be happy to help with his liberation. She wraps her fingers on her cyber deck. And as for Tsang security passes, we shouldn't rely solely on them. They'll help, but using them alongside our own wits will be most effective. The receptionist watches you make your way across the lobby. She studies you from head to toe in a barely concealed look of disgust on her face. Welcome to Tsang Mechanical Services. How can I be of service? Her forced pleasantry reeks of condescension. I'm here to make a delivery? She eyes you, unblinking in blatant disbelief. Is that right? And who is this delivery for? No one, wank. No one, actually. I know how I may appear, but I'm required to go incognito for our quarterly inspection. She winks back. Oh, I understand. Just head for the elevators. I won't say anything. Spending time in a corporate prison definitely helped. In one way or another. I'm gonna cheat a little and use my past experience from this game and go to the sub-basement. The guard's brow furrows at your approach. He looks giddy or maybe antsy as he flexes his hand closest to his handgun. Halt! This area is off limits. Only select personnel are allowed in here. We have identification. Front desk sent me here for new employee orientation. At your words, he seems to relax. He glances at your passes, hardly long enough to read anything, and returns his gaze to you. Oh, welcome aboard. I'm pretty new myself. Just finished up orientation a month ago. Go on ahead, and good luck. Oh, I can hardly tell. See you around. If I remember correctly, there's... is it here? Locker room. Saying human maintenance worker. And who are you supposed to be? First day. Was told to report here. Well then, welcome to the shit show that is floor B3. Our boss is a dick, bad at everything, and loves to blame others. That's why the company put her down here. Any tips? Yeah, don't fuck up. You're at Sang now. Not even our god-awful boss will tolerate anything less than your best. In fact, I suggest you make it a habit to check in with her early. She hates it when other people are late. And with how much she enjoys pointing that finger, stay on her good side. He locks his locker and heads out. This locker is large and sturdy and protected by a simple keypad. Do I have any codes yet? No. I'm gonna see if I can find anyone. That's the security room. I think we go in here, there's our boss. Our boss, in finger quotes. You're greeted by the sight of a dwarf leaning against a desk, nose deep inside a book. The plaque next to her hip reads Maintenance Lead. She holds up her finger to silence you, eyes locked on her story. After a moment, she dog-ears her page and sets the book on top of the desk. By the way she sizes you up, you can tell that she's not in the business of making friends. Yes? New employee orientation told me to report here for training assignments until the next shift rotation. Before you do anything around here, you gotta change out of those ridiculous clothes. Hit the locker room and grab a uniform. Show some goddamn company pride. She studies you again, clearly unimpressed. Well, at least they finally sent me somebody. Here, the locker code. Sweet. And if we get these uniforms, they make it easier for the whole rest of the run. So the code 2627. Put on a uniform. The rest of your team begrudgingly rifles through the locker, picking out uniforms closest to their size. One by one, they button up, and soon a hodgepodge of frumpy maintenance workers stand before you. Yeah, I did it smart. Much better. Should I assume that this is your new sector? That's what they told me. She lets out a breath of relief. About time I got some help down here. Got a task to break you in fast. The autocoupler on the main terminal is out. Flow regulators need a restart. Engage its airflow mixers, then report back to me. Open the message. Lee, I need you to get your team together and fix the climate turbine. Make it top priority. It's been radiating heat on warm days and cooling on cold days. People around the office are getting pissy. I'm not going to take their shit on your behalf, so the longer you wait, the more your quarterly review will suffer. Thomas Young, Vice President of Building Maintenance. Accept the work order. And reboot the controls. Right. Good work, rookie. That's all I need for now. Why don't you take a break? Just do it outside of my office. I got a date with the new novel. Great! Oh wait, did I mention that the terminal had another maintenance request in it? Something about fixing a turbine. I accepted the task. She slams her hands on top of her desk. What? You signed off on the goddamn turbine engine? We can't do that. I'd need at least a crew of 4 level 3 techs to even do an evaluation of that thing. The longer that request sat in the system, the worse it'll look for us anyway. The anger drains from her. She closes her eyes and rubs her temple. Shit, rookie. If you signed off on the order, you gotta do it, or this department is sunk. This is what we're gonna do. You head to the turbine and I'll unlock admin controls from here. Now, it's a very important, very expensive piece of machinery, so you need to do exactly what I say. Got it? Got it. I wonder what happens if we just leave. That would be a little too harsh, but I wonder what happens. A live video window is open in the middle of the terminal's screen. You see the face of the ever-tense maintenance manager glaring back at you. Alright, rookie. I started the turbine in standby mode, so its electronics should be working. I need you to troubleshoot the issue from your end, while I reference the machine's manual on my end. Now let's see. It says here we should start by repressurizing the hydraulics. There should be a program on your terminal specifically for monitoring and controlling the turbine. Once you're in there, select the hydraulics and hit the appropriate command. Done. The turbine hisses as the hydraulics pressurize. Well, that's something. Indicator lights are still red though. Sometimes the engine's seismoradar connection becomes misaligned, so try adjusting that. Shouldn't need to move it more than a couple of centimeters. Okay. Huh. Maybe the rotor speed needs to be recalibrated? And done. Something groans inside the turbine and the base of the rotor begins to rumble. Hey, that's it. Don't let the noise fool you. We've identified the problem. The rotor must have been recalibrated the opposite of what it needed. One more try and it should fix the turbine. Give it a go. Ooh. I could fix it. Or I could sabotage. I don't remember what happens. I don't remember what I picked last time, and I don't remember what happens. But, surely we sabotage the building. A thunderous, grating noise rumbles inside the machinery, followed by a loud explosion as a sheet of flame erupts from its top. What did you do? I'm not sure. Is it supposed to shoot fire? Damn it, get your ass over to security. They're going to want a statement. Yeah, I think that was what I was supposed to do to get into security. Gosh, I just fucking Gunning it. A standard keycard scanner. Bang on the door. A muffled, annoyed voice shouts from the other side. What? I'm the person who blew up the turbine? I'm supposed to make a statement? Ugh, lucky you. 1 second and I'll let you fill out the property damage forms on our terminal. Just don't go poking around the security systems. Stick to the forms. Terminal's in the bag. Wouldn't dream of it. Right. Have Isabel jacket. Alright, so okay. I know. Right, so the data flag is over here. Security node through here. Removes it by 50, so I don't want to use that one yet. Alright then. Ugh. I should probably give myself an accuracy boost. How did that miss both? So I've only got 30 system trace at the moment. Right, it's time to hack. I really like the hacking minigame, but it can be a little stressful and it's hard to talk during it. Shit. Right, so we've got a Q on 3, an O on 1, an O on last, and a Q on 2. So that should be... I'm getting better at this. You hack the node and the vulnerable network is quickly infected by spoof programs. Within a matter of seconds, the programs spread across the systems, sending false security alarms throughout SANG. The security network is becoming less and less stable. More guards pick up the summons to locate each alarm's origin, but they continue to only find dead ends. Were we supposed to go over here? From the looks of it, maybe not, but I'm gonna find out what's over here anyway, since we're supposed to get information on what's-her-face, Josephine. Right, so heal myself. And alright. If we hack this, we can get a secure data store. Right, O-M-O-Q. Shit. Q-D-E. Okay. Shit. Starts with a Q, ends with a Q. O and O. Thank fuck. That was getting stressful. Internal announcement. SANG security increase. The SANG company has increased its security measures in a company-wide movement to protect its investments. SANG's actions on this matter are to remain company knowledge only. Any mention or leak of this information will not be tolerated. Employees found guilty of divulging said security movement to outside parties will be blacklisted and purged from SANG Mechanical Services. I feel like they're probably just gonna get killed. Security protocols will double throughout, same proper. In the case of Laboratory 12, security will be enhanced threefold for optimum protection. Those who work in Laboratory 12 will be upgraded to Omega level clearance. Admittance to the laboratory will be heavily monitored and all visitors must have Omega clearance or higher, with critical business in the area. The captain of the station has pre-approved a limited release of Laboratory 12's elevator code to Omega personnel. Receipt of this message is proof of your authorization. Warning: this information is highly sensitive and should remain restricted to Omega Plus knowledge only. Violators will experience aforementioned blacklisting and company purging. After a quick scan of the data store, 2 message threads stand out, one about the locker room and a second about the first aid station. Read the note regarding the first aid station. Apparently those dicks over at maintenance have been tossing their crappy broken gear into the first aid room, so I changed the door code. It's now 4990. Read the thread between maintenance and security. Did you assess change the locker again? Sure did, but only because your department forgot to do it. I don't need your sass, I need the damn locker code. 2626. You're welcome. Yeah. So, is the code in? No. First aid station. Code for this was 4990. There's a sign over here, but oh, that's the loading dock. That's one of the alternate places we could have come through. Is there like a locker room in here or something? No. Guess it's time to leave. Alright. Let's work our way up and get to sales and acquisitions. Excuse me, ma'am. The 10 employees on this floor may only be seen through a pre-approved appointment. Not even maintenance is exempt. Do you have an appointment? This will only take a second. Just need to tweak some air units. If they get fixed on your watch, it'll look good on your record. Then I can get on with the rest of my work orders too. One for both of us. What do you say? She fiddles with an earring. I mean, I don't see why not. Just try to have an appointment ready next time, okay? To access the air units, will you need employees to clear the area? I can get security to usher people out if that'll help. Oh, no need to bother anyone. I can work around them. Have a good one. You too, ma'am. I'm gonna talk to this person. The woman before you looks like one very burnt out suit. What do you want? From the look of you, I'd say quarterlies are just around the corner. How's your team doing? You need to talk about it? She chews on her lip, unsure. With a sigh, she speaks. Yeah, why not? Doubt I'll ever see you again. I could use a good venting session. It's a stack ranking here. My team, contracts and acquisitions, is in the deep end, but not because we're slackers like sales would have you believe. The way she bites into the word sales reeks of enmity. Because the system isn't based on merit, we're working our asses off over here, while sales doesn't even have to lift a finger. And while they're ranked ahead of us, they're way behind work-wise. But guess what? Tang doesn't care about it. All they look at are the ranks. Come this quarterly review, whoever's last in the stack rankings will get demoted, or worse, sent back to the training pool. She shudders. That's a broken system if I ever heard one. You don't have to tell me. Sales is reveling in our distress and rubbing their success in our faces. But it's not just that. They're also undermining our work by denying us important data that my team needs in order to hand off our contracts to Tang upper management, as if the rankings weren't enough. What if I could get you that data? She gives you a long look. What's in it for you? I need into this floor's security station. I'm sure I can arrange something. I'm offering to help you lift the balance between your team and sales. What do you think? I have the code, but what? I'm not supposed to have it. I technically don't have the credentials either. I'm kinda seeing one of the guys in security. He wanted me to have a safe place in case anything ever happened here. Don't worry, if it comes to it, I'll take the heat. She chews on her lip, nods. Okay, I'll do it. The sales team data for the station code. That's the deal. Understood. So now, if I run up here, and over here, how can I help you, ma'am? Got word of a level 8 maintenance issue right here in your office. If it's not fixed now, things will get messy. Need everyone out of this room for the next half hour. Her mouth drops open, but after the initial surprise drains away, she looks doubtful. What kind of issue are we talking about? Bolivian creeping mold. Building's been struggling with it since 51. It's toxic if you inhale its spores, and you've got it in your ear ducts. She stifles a gasp and then glances nervously around the room. I heard about that on the train. Her voice rises. Everyone, this woman has just informed me that there's a maintenance emergency in our area. I need all of you to drop what you're doing and leave so she can make her repairs. Wait, there's two of the same guy. Like, they have twin brothers in this department? A quick look is all it takes to reveal that this terminal is an unnetworked workstation. Sitting there all unattended and vulnerable, it's just asking, begging to be hacked. Isabel, you see what I see? Isabel smacks and raises her hands, wiggling her fingers in the air. It's weak. I've got this. Within a matter of seconds, she's entered a string of commands and transferred several classified files onto a data stick, which she casually drops into your hand. It has been defeated. You're welcome. The acquisition manager looks at you eagerly. Did you get it? Right here. Yes, perfect, thank you. As promised, here is the code. A stroke of fear seems to freeze her. I'm not gonna get into any trouble, right? You covered your trail? Don't worry about it. Sweet. And then if I go over here, there's a dude. A calm, stern-faced man stands before you. He casually checks his watch as he addresses you, his voice tinged with boredom. I've been expecting you. Like the maintenance uniforms, by the way. An enemy in our skin. Classic infiltration tactic. And who are you? Think of me as a business partner. Are you done yet? I have places to be, people to kill. He snaps his fingers and the guards behind him train their weapons on your position. Before you decide anything, at least hear me out. You're in a position to come out of this with an edge against Tsang. That alone should be enough to pique your interest. Get to the point. It just so happened that you stumbled into the right place at the right time. He keeps his gestures subtle, but he can't hide the cockiness in his voice. I imagine that doesn't happen often in your line of work. I'm listening. I know you're on the job, but this won't take long. Josephine is running this corporation into the ground. Much like the way you're undermining her efforts here today, I too am preparing to make a move against her. And therein lies the beauty of our situation. We're in a position to help each other out. How can I trust you? A wise question. I'm sure there's a little I can say to win your full trust, but look at me here. Here I am, putting my faith in a Shadowrunner. I have just as much to lose as you do. But if you help me, we'll both gain a great deal. I'm not asking for much, really. It's simple. I give you access to Tsang's core system, and, while inside, you retrieve some data for me. And how do you plan on rewarding me for these services? I should think the privilege of wading through Tsang's core system would be reward enough. The corners of his eyes crease as a flat smile stretches across his jaw. A little trio editing and some creative violence on my guard's part, and we'll claim you assaulted us and entered the Matrix by force. Your invasion of our direct system will only bolster our strikes against Josephine. You know what? Deal. He clasps his hands together. Excellent. The information I need is in the data store labelled Foreign Accounts. Return those files to me, and you're welcome to whatever else you find in the Matrix. Don't get clumsy. Avoid setting off the system alert, or my associates and I will have to kill you to cover up our part in this scheme. I can't afford to arouse any suspicion. And should you try to leave this office and I don't have my files, our deal is off, and I'll see to it that you don't leave this building alive. Play your cards right, Runner, and this may be the beginning of a new business relationship. What a slimy fuck. Let's have Isabel Jack in. I technically could have bought another ESP for her. I just realised. Too late. Alright. So. And of course, we're already in and although we can't, next turn I'm gonna pop System Trace. Why not, I guess. Alright, W in the third to last and Q there. Let's starts the queue. Starts the queue in a W. Shit. Q in third class, W there. Financial records in the Walled City project. Glowing bluish-white letters crystallize above the tangled network. Document cluster A201 WCP003 Secure.11 Final. Walled City Low Income Housing Project Financial Records and Reporting. Final. Material Class 11. Granted access only. The Executive Summary describes the finances of the Walled City construction contract. Sang Mechanical Services received about 950 million new yen from other corporations via the Executive Council. It then spent this money to build the Walled City. Most is a dense description of cost targets, metrics, financial analytics, and accounting methods. However, a short section of the final paragraph stands out. Achieved 35% diversion of funds, while maintaining workmanship at generally acceptable levels. Severe downward cost pressures, large finance risks, and information control presented major challenges in executing a financial strategy for the WCLIHP. The co-construction of two concurrent initiatives presented a major financial as well as operational challenge. Such large funding diversions are difficult to adequately obfuscate. The author again wishes to note that the WCLIHP official records, in their current form, still may not withstand scrutiny during the post-project audit by the Executive Council. Deep revision ex post facto is advised. Scan through the files. I'm not going to read all this business jargon. I am sorry. But right, MOWDDN. MOWDDN. Fucking wild that the first one I looked at just happened to be the one I needed. Huh. A closer look at the files and a variance in the pattern appears. It seems a few of the deals are encoded to prevent them from appearing in the company's standard financial logs. Interestingly, of the handful of encoded files, all contain records of deals established throughout bribery with some of Sang's business partners. Even more interesting is the chunk of clean new yen that's attached to the data. I just got cash. There's nothing else over here. So back through the door, I guess? How do I get over here? I feel cheated. Like, dude. Hell, took you long enough. You got it all on one chip, right? Hand it here. You ordered embezzlement, you got it. Very good. You came through as promised. A wise choice. I may have need of reliable people such as yourself in the future. If the job pays enough, I'll consider it. Right, now I'm out of here. And now, to the security room. Use the key card. What are you doing here? We didn't call for maintenance. Heard you needed a level 5 tune-up. We finally got all the parts in, but there are other departments on the waiting list. We can skip you for now, but I'll have to put the station back on the bottom of the list and... His back stiffens. Whoa, there's no need for that. Please, come in. If you could start with that desk in the back, we'd be awfully grateful. Then I'll get to work. As maintenance, I'll need access to the security terminal. Should take about an hour for the full installation. Don't wait up. Our terminal? Well, if you have to, but make it quick. We've got a lot of sensitive materials in there. Rector leans over and whispers to you. I can't believe he fell for that. Your lie was executed with such an utter lack of conviction that he must be deficient. He's a guard, not an engineer. Luckily for you, we might have had ourselves a mess to clean up. Rector, that's not really helpful when we're standing right in front of them. Isabel! Alright, so we need to go that way, but there's also stuff this way. I'll start over here. And immediately get recognized. Okay. Set up Shield Boy. And Aggressive Boy. I really think that the Shield ESP should provide cover to other stuff. But that's just my personal opinion. Ugh. Are there any others, or it's just dark? Never mind. I'm gonna... Oh, this was a set... I thought it was on the same amount of separate traces last time. Ouch. You'd think the security nodes would have, like, better security. Right, so MMMO. They call me... What do they call hacker people? Hacker man? You hack the node and the now vulnerable network is quickly infected by spoof programs. Within a matter of seconds, the programs spread across the system, sending false security alarms throughout saying, the security network is slowly compromised. Few guards catch wind of the alarms and begin to investigate the cause. Alright, and now if I come over here I should be able to get some info. How does that work? Do they just loop around? I guess so. Fuck. Oof. Shit. You can hear my flatmate speaker complaining. Alright, MMO. Shit. WOQN. WO. Shit. DD. DD. Oh, that was stressful. The captain of the station has pre-approved a limited release of Laboratory 12 elevator codes to him. I was informed that you're the best person to contact regarding the passcodes for the Magical Research Center. As a new recruit to the accounting team and with security being so tight, I lack access to the center's files that are necessary to perform my biannual accounting report. I'd appreciate it if you'd send me the codes by EOD today. No. What you're asking is extremely unorthodox and in blatant disregard of company protocol. My department is under constant scrutiny and I can't afford a leak. We have to go through the proper channels and fill out the required paperwork if you want the passcodes. Dear Ms. Lin Zhao, allow me to rephrase my earlier request. You send me the passcodes and I'll review the Magical Research Center's finances. I heard that your lab's been hemorrhaging funds this last quarter. Perhaps I could massage those numbers to make the labs appear more monetarily efficient. Attached to the passcodes for my department's core system terminal. You will access the system only under my direct supervision. Welcome to... Oh. We got the Lab 12 access code and a special projects passcode. I can just eject from here. The power... Oh, I thought that was like an actual code. And we've got two different codes for Lab 12. Thaumaturgical research. Whoa, slow down there. This is a restricted area. I'll need to see your ID. Calm down, I'm from maintenance. Just here to replace some lights. It's not like I stole this uniform or something. If you don't mind. His uncertainty turns into an embarrassed chuckle. Yeah, you're right. Between you and me, sometimes security can be a little overkill around here. Anyway, I won't hold you up. Good luck. Okay, so... I remember this one. So... The Vice President spares you a glance from over the top of her PDA. There's a bite to her voice. Who are you? Maintenance man. What do you want? I'm checking the stability of electrical ports throughout the building. Mind if I have a look? Everything's fine. Now get out before I call security. Sorry, I'll let you get back to your work. Lorelei! Your speaker... You overhear a masked man in a lab coat mumbling to himself. After a moment you realise that he's narrating his actions. The flash of his pen here proves the incoming lab expenses. Science shall not suffer at the hands of miserly department heads. No, not on his watch. Such fiery acumen, such daring! He runs a hand through his luscious locks of stubble. The women swoon, the men swoon. He has met humanity's last hope. Honestly, Bicon. His shoulders stiffen in surprise. Makes a small sound and looks at you. You can't tell if he's angry or embarrassed. Hello! Hello. Yes, how long have you been there? Actually, never mind. You're here to fix something? Just found out we've got the budget to make some upgrades, so I'm checking in to see if your station needs any modifications or equipment installations. Look, I do very delicate, complicated work here. The last thing I need is a bunch of bumbling maintenance schlubs jeopardizing my work. Ooh. I can see that. The spirits whom you've channeled to power your machinery are being monitored on the instruments over here, right? Seems as if you're probing the astral world to find out how they draw their power from that plane. You can see all that? His baffled expression quickly morphs into one of ecstatic delight. No one else gets it. How crucial this project is. It's been so long since I've met anyone who understands my work here. I don't know where to begin. It's genius, really. Well, I invented it, so I'm the genius, but the contraption itself is nothing short of spectacular. It uses advanced sonar to, in layman's terms, etch out an image of the astral plane. But instead of refracting off of physical objects, it refracts off of magical energies. Interesting. I know what you're thinking, but why are you digging around an astral space window? Unfortunately, I'm not at liberty to discuss those details with you. I've been entrusted with this task and I take my job very seriously. Is that right? I know. I can see the disappointment in your face. I suppose I could at least tell you where I store the information. The sonar scans are oh so cleverly transcribed into a separate terminal that is constantly updating the results. This technique allows me to paint a picture of an abstract space. Revolutionary! Wouldn't you agree? Yes, of course you do. You understand. I guess? I'm sure you're wondering how I use this data to discern energies of value from nugatory one. Nugatory? I don't know how to pronounce that word and I'm scared that if I try to pronounce it more I'm gonna mess it up in a way that does not sound bad. No, that sounds very bad. One's inside astral space. Well, it actually relates to my sonar system. A minor adjustment that I made to its sound wave feature refines the oscillation signal and in turn alters my results. As the sound percolates through the other plane, only energies of substantial magic strength provide enough resistance for the signals to refract information back to my terminal. Huh. He leans in and his voice drops. To be perfectly honest, I actually got the idea from a video game. Magic of Evermore, The Awakening. It was incredibly popular a decade ago. Have you played it? No, that doesn't matter. You don't have to have played it. You already get it. We're kindred spirits, you and I. Just like Boogaloo the Great and his pox-faced friend, Pookok. Tell me more. Well, part of the Meta's battle system involved an otherworld where the fights took place in complete darkness. You had to do a sweep attack with your ringing axe to see the opponents. The audible attack would pass through lesser objects, but not the active energies of your enemies. The gameplay was crap, but the concept was there, and one day on my 239th playthrough, I realized that its mechanics could be applied to an actual real-world system. It was plausible. Imagine that. I don't want to brag, but there's no other scientist in intra-astral research who could accomplish what I've done. Built it from the ground up myself, named the sonar system BOWS, bridged astral to Lito document sonar, after Meta's hero, Balgar. You must be very proud. I feel like I can talk to you about anything. You know, I really had that growing up. Everyone was so impatient with me. Can't imagine why. Obviously, I was a child prodigy. I never outgrew my genius. But that didn't seem to make a difference to my parents, classmates, or teachers. No one wanted to talk to me. When I finally got to university, the frat boys were so intensely jealous of my success that they used to bully me. One in particular harassed me mercilessly with names like Wendell and Vomit Voice. A tear glistens in the corner of his eyes. He turns his head to the side and shouts in his shoulder, "Damn you, Chad Bronson!" You know, I started wearing this mask soon after I graduated, which I did early, I'm sure you've guessed, so people will think I'm sick and be friendlier. But even if they start out friendly, the second I open my mouth, they shrink away. I know it's my intellect. It intimidates people. I just wish they could see past that. See me, like you do. Yeah. But me as a person wants to say that, but I also do not want to blow my cover and get him mad. You know, someone with your sharp judgment could easily rise through the ranks here, especially with my recommendation in your files. That's generous of you. Give it some thought. He cautiously glances over his shoulder. I really shouldn't be doing this, but I like you. So if you promise me that you won't tell anyone, I'll give you the code to our containment chamber. We had the astral jackpot in there. It will blow your mind. But I'd be seriously breaking company ordinance, so. I promise, Wendell. He nods excitingly, mask bobbing up and down. Just don't let anyone see you enter, alright? VP of Thaumaturgical Research, okay. So if we come round here and enter the code, which is 1915. Nearly soundless, the door slides open. Research Journal. Most of the entries are dated, containing information on the various experiments performed on Sang's subject, but one stands out, a newer entry regarding the health of the subject, which appears unnamed. For unknown reasons, it's getting sicker and sicker. No amount of Sang efforts has been able to reverse the ailment. Talking about a breach, and the lab controls. Open shutters. With a metallic grind, the shutters open to reveal a massive, nightmarish beast. Yet despite its daunting size and presence, its body is wasting away. It looks sickly, frail. From once strong limbs hang loose flesh, with eyes sunken into its gaunt face. A thin fluid drips from its eyes and nose into its mouth and off its chin. Around the sill are small puddles of the same substance, some even splattered across the walls. A putrid prison. Open containment. Yes. 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 And open the head of research's office door. Now we can't go back into the lab, because Wendell will be very mad at us. Well, someone's on the ball. I haven't even had a chance to call the janitors. I only just killed it too. How did you... No, never mind. Just get rid of this thing. It's leaking all over my Persian rug. I'm your woman, but you'll want to leave for this. Things are going to get a lot worse in here before they get better. What? What do you mean? No way I can get this thing through the doorway, so, some dismemberment will be required? She pinches the bridge of her nose in frustration. I don't need to know the details. You do what you have to do, just get it out. I'll be waiting in one of the spare offices. But don't just throw this body away. Put it in cold storage. Maybe we can still get something out of it. Can do. Right, so first let's look over here. Spell Focus, Life Siphon 2. An initiate level blood magic, practiced by the mages of Aztlan. If target is damaged by the spell, caster gains 6 HP per round for 2 rounds. Pierces up to 4 armor. Damn, that's pretty good. Strip Armor 3. Decreases the target's armor by 5 for 3 rounds. Shares a cooldown with other Strip Armor spells. I don't think I can equip it, unfortunately. Now, if we come over here and get Isabel to jack in, Um. So, there's this stuff over here, which is less essential. Wait. There's a thing for a password. Scion. Of course it was case sensitive. Read the mails. As I expressed in person, the assist-based security project is on an accelerated timetable. As such, I require regular updates to track progress. What is the status of the device? Please forgive my lack of proactive communication. I have been working around the clock to meet your timetable and was ignoring my mail in order to focus on the task. Lab 12 has already been refitted to support the Assist project, and I have several noted experts on memory modification contracted. The security project is ahead of schedule, despite the timing concerns that I articulated in our initial conversation. I must stress, however, that even though we are ahead of schedule, the operation's probability of success is low. I just wish to set the appropriate level of expectations. I am pleased that you are ahead of schedule, Mr. Yu, but let us be clear. My expectations are already set. I expect success. Mrs. Tang, were this a simple memory wipe or even a straight replacement, e.g. swapping one discrete memory for another, my confidence would be quite high. The technology and techniques are mature and well documented. The process of replacing a seminal event in a subject's timeline and then revising its myriad downstream memories is daunting work even in an open-ended time frame. Given the duration of the task, I cannot, in good conscience, predict higher than a slim probability of success. Respectfully, David Yu. Deal with the seminal event with the prescribed timetable. Edward is 65. If the downstream memories appear contradictory or confusing, we will treat him for a medical condition linked to senility while we work the bugs out. Yes, madam. That's kinda insidious. That's your own son, lady. Alright, so what's the password for this one? Prodigal. Only a small quantity of data resides here. The file header says something about a shutdown procedure for Lab 12, but it's bogged down in technical terms and code names that make understanding the contents of the file difficult. However, one data block clearly contains a few passphrases. Wait, I can just eject. Alright, now it's time to get out of here. Now, if we enter a code for Lab 12, 25301. Enter the second code, which is 44526. Sequence accepted. Access to special projects granted. Please have your Omega ID ready at check-in. Lab 12, let's go. Entering special projects will alert the Rapid Response Squad, and there will be no turning back. Confirm. The elevator code's acquired, you head into the enclosed space, watching the scowling access panel closely as you make your way to Lab 12. Light elevator music contrasts sharply with the smell of sweat and cordite. As the lights on the elevator hit 12, you cover the door and wait. The security captain studies his fingernail cuticles with quiet intensity. He looks ready to drone out a standard charge, but stops when he sees your maintenance uniform. He raises his weapon. Okay, hold on. You should have known that maintenance is not allowed to be in here without an Omega-level escort. We have 2 seconds to produce an Omega-level ID before I open fire. Hey, no need for this to get bloody. Bring him down! Also, I just realised I forgot to do the security node in thaumaturgical research. Let's bring up some cover for everyone, and then why did I do that? But overclock Koshai and have him move up to here and start popping off. Ouch! I'm gonna have to use a medkit for that. Alright. And we picked up an access card. There's something over here, let's pick that up first. Or not. Lab 12 smells of shiny new computer equipment, and the entire room hums with quiet efficiency. Monitors ping occasionally, broadcasting quiet alerts. The whole environment breathes high-tech serenity. The centerpiece of the scene is a cockpit-like capsule containing the unconscious form of Raymond Blank, reclining peacefully on what looks to be some form of surgical couch. Wires run from myriad assist devices to the back of his head. This is the largest array of assist equipment I have ever witnessed. It's quite impressive. Duncan's eyes are fixed on Raymond's unmoving body. His voice lowers to a whisper. Holy shit. Raymond. Let's get him out of there. All at once, alarm klaxons begin to blare. The door that you entered through slides shut and you can hear the latching mechanisms engage. It's locked tight. The pounding sound of heavy footsteps resonates from the other side. Bodies approaching and moving in a rapid clip. Whatever we're going to do, we'd better do it fast. We're about to have company. Scrolling through the reams of information on display, you eventually find step-by-step instructions for disconnecting a subject from the machine while it's in a state of operation. The instructions do not look promising. This is hopeless. We can't shut this thing down according to the normal spec. We don't have the time, or the clearance, or the personnel. Maybe if we had a week, Echelon's security clearance and an army of lab techs. But we don't. We're going to have to improvise. You're talking about improvising with his brain. She looks you in the eye. Her voice is deadly serious. We don't have a choice. We come up with something else. We leave him here. Search for a way to perform an emergency disconnect. Eventually you turn up an alternative method, labelled deeply unsafe, for removing a subject from the machine mid-procedure. In order to perform an emergency disconnect, you're going to have to reprogram his memory manually using engrams stored in the assist machine's memory. Doing this through the terminal would take hours. You'll need a decker to guide the process in real time. If you fail to restore Raymond's memories properly, he will suffer catastrophic neurological damage. In the best case scenario, he'll be left a vegetable. In the worst case scenario, he will die. Here goes nothing. Alright, so I want Duncan. No, not me. I want Duncan over here so I can catch grenades headed this way. Ractor, get back over here and into Koshai. And I was gonna raise a Hellstorm barrier right in front of there, but I can't now, so I'm just gonna move into cover. And then Duncan can... Alright, so... Man? Ah, motherfucker. Where's this one? Oh, I can't get them without also blasting myself. Not enough people in range for that. Right, now I can use Tar Blaster. Nice. Ouch. Homie. Right, so where's Tar Blaster? There. So that's a good AoE. Isabel. And actually it's probably better to pop off a system trace now so I have time to fucking do the thing like so that I have time to so that it gives it time to cool down. Alright. Right, M in the third to last, W in the first, W, 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 M, Q, D. Right, so Ingram Bank 1, Dawn. Open the host. Oh, I need it. I need to go through here and do shit. Homie. If this hits, ouch. You didn't have to crit. Ouch. I probably should have given the shield an accuracy boost, but gosh, didn't I put you in Overwatch? I love how as soon as I said it, it activated. So, ouch. Right. Might be better to just... And then... that, those two... Nice. I can heal myself again, which is good. What's the password? Oh. Dawn. At least that's a lot less stressful. Right, wait for them to pass around again so I can follow behind. This looks like a bundle of fun. And I need to set off the Hellfire barrier again. And I might as well heal myself. All right. Ouch. Wait, I can do a system thing again, which does make me vulnerable to attacks, but ouch. Bruh! But I might as well armor up. Can I give myself... How much? I only have one left. I just want to use it too. Wait. Homie. Oof, I should heal Isabel. Oh, why did it glitch out there of all places? And the password is dusk. A cascade of engrams tumbles as it streams past. You hack into the current, capturing a thick knot of distinct memories, firm and full. One of them seems to move from within, attracting your attention. The youth centre's gymnasium is thick with the scent of adolescent perspiration, marked by a steady diet of cheap soy protein. His authority as youth director is unchallenged, and although the boy couldn't be more than 12, they stand eye to eye. The boy looks at his greying hair and sneers. "You better know kung fu, mister," the pudgy boy says. "I know lots of things," he replies. "Are you smart enough to learn them?" Oh God. I did the wrong one. I meant to increase my accuracy. Might be better to use. Yeah. But then I can use that to. Oh right, because I'm hasted. Ow. All right then. And the password for this one is night. A tide of engrams rolls past, etc., etc. The scream wakes him like an old friend, as it does every night. He pulls the sheets away from his damp body and stumbles to the bathroom, his heart pounding, rinses his face and the back of his neck with cool water. He looks up from the basin into the mirror and finds an old man staring back at him. A terrified old man. Alright. Oh shit. I just realised the mistake I made. Oh shit. I got... So I need hack back in. Right, so where am I now? I see. I'm back at the start. Wait, it's going to be 99 on there anyway. No, I should just attack normally for that one. And wait, 1 turn remaining until emergency disconnect. What? There's an emergency disconnect? And I need to heal myself too. I am scared by the emergency disconnect. I don't remember that being a thing the last time I played, but it's entirely possible that I never noticed it and just never had to deal with it. Zero turns remaining until emergency disconnect? What does that mean? Am I just gonna get booted out? And the last one is noon. Anticipation. The hall is long and ends at his door. He traverses the distance slowly, knowing that he is being observed by his new underlings. And there it is, newly installed, shining like a mirror on a door made from real wood, the brass nameplate. Edward Sand, Vice President of Special Projects. Pride swells within him. Right, so according to the file, all 4 memory engrams need to be locked in the control hub in chronological order. Then and only then can a subject be ejected without suffering permanent neurological damage. Right, so engram 1, Raymond as a young boy. Slot 2, Raymond as a young executive. Raymond as a middle-aged man. And Raymond as an old man. Reintegrate host. Checking engrams. Engram integration success. Host reintegration process initiated. Did I manage to do it right in the nick of time? The clean room echoes with your footsteps as you approach the capsule containing the assist surgical couch. Through the window, you can see that the last 8 years have not been kind to Raymond Black. The trauma of the last few days is readily apparent. The pasty pallor of his skin and the white growth of stubble on his chin make him appear far older than 65. He lies unconscious, his chest barely moving, his eyes sunken and his jaw slack. Carefully applied gauze dressing on his balding head surrounds a gleaming metal port, a data jack. A thin bundle of wires runs from the jack to the device mounted to the capsule wall. Oh my god. Although his voice is small, it echoes loudly through the clean room. Dad? Duncan? I'm here, yeah. Wu glances at you apologetically. Vic is here too. Raymond opens his eyes with a dreamy smile. Hello, Ms. Jones. Good to see you. He must be disoriented from the assist programming. Looks like we got to him just in time. No time to catch up right now, Seattle. We've got to move. Hello, Ray. It's time to get you out of here. Disconnecting Raymond from the assist device proves to be straightforward, as does getting him out of the capsule and onto the clean room floor. Feels as if he barely weighs anything at all. Although his breathing is a bit erratic, Raymond seems steady enough on his feet. Lead on, Vic. I'll be right behind you. And if I overclock Koshai, I can go again. So I might as well give him some extra aim to help him. Duncan. Raymond can only punch. How did that not hurt any of us? Like, you'd think a grenade right on the other side of heavy cover would still hurt. Right, let's get going. Alarms blare as you hustle Raymond from the Special Projects section of Prosperity Tower, but you encounter no resistance. Raymond unsteadily gropes his way through the corridors of the corporate headquarters, holding onto your elbow for support. Occasionally, the old man fingers the gauze dressing on his head with his free hand, wincing when he touches a tender patch. Tense minutes pass between the time you exit the building and enter the MTR station. The team remains on high alert, scanning the streets and buildings for signs of Tsang security forces, until, like a stream of cockroaches, you scuttle underground into the cool safety of the mass transit tunnels. You pay the fare, grab Raymond, and make your way to the subway platform, the sound of the old man's ragged breathing loudly rushing past your ear. Seconds tick slowly while you wait for the subway train to arrive. Continue. Creaky chair. Oh, the music changed so suddenly. The team hustles Raymond onto a subway car, quietly taking up defensive positions and scoping the platform for signs of pursuit. The old man is unsteady on his feet, but he insists on standing under his own power. He grabs the railing and holds on with white knuckles as the train lurches forward. A group of tourists sit nearby, conspicuously avoiding eye contact with any of you. The crew looks over the old man with the bandage on the back of his head, exchanging meaningful expressions. Raymond squints at the odd group surrounding him, but his nod indicates that he understands he's among friends. Wu drags his goggles off his head, bending his knees to get a better look at his foster father. A tangled knot of relief, compassion, resentment, and hurt churns across the younger man's face as he wrestles with his confused emotions. Fear for his father's health overcomes them. Raymond, are you alright, little man? I fought against the reprogramming. The old man's voice is little more than a soft croak. His eyes are sunken and surrounded by dark circles. His mother's medical technology must be amazing. It's hard to believe he's walking under his own power so soon after the surgery. Yeah, well, Grandma's an amazing woman. Her high-tech brain surgery, her ownership of the cops, her execution of my partner and those runners. Will's face hardens and stands up straight, glaring down at the older man. Oh, and the way she had the plastic-faced man snatch her own son. Amazing woman. She's a real piece of work, no doubt about it. Yeah, tell me about it. Apparently her son is too. Pain and bitterness drips from Wu's deep, raspy voice. This man, whoever he is, has a lot of explaining to do. Are you ready to start telling us the truth, Edward? The old man tilts his head up to the orc towering above him, and although exhausted, his jaw sits firm. Yes, Duncan, I'm ready to tell you everything. I had planned to explain it all when you arrived in Hong Kong. We're here now, Ray. You are here, and I'm grateful for all you have done for me, all that you needed to do. It's more than just exhaustion. The words are challenging for him to speak. The old man leans back on the wall of the subway car and gathers his thoughts. He seems to swoon for a moment, but then inhales deeply, swallows hard, and pulls himself erect. My name is Edward Tsang. I'm the only son of Josephine Tsang, the CEO of Tsang Mechanical Services, heir to the company. Before I left Hong Kong, I was the Vice President of Special Projects, the up-and-coming star of the company. Was prosperity one of your special projects? Something you've never seen before washes over the tired old man's face. Shame. You've heard of it. Prosperity. I see. Raymond takes a breath and the laboured croak of his voice drops to a monotone. I was part of a project my mother envisioned, to rebuild Kowloon Walled City, a walking neighbourhood for underprivileged citizens, fully integrated with job training programs, co-op childcare, drug counselling centres. It was a new approach to low-income housing in the East, the springboard to prosperity for hundreds of thousands. Yeah, that doesn't sound like the place I grew up in. Raymond is 20 years away. He doesn't seem to hear her. Mother personally oversaw every aspect of the project to ensure that every detail was executed properly. Chose each project manager herself, chaired regular status meetings with architects, builders, visited the worksite for surprise inspections. She was driven to make her renewed, revitalized walled city a success. Yeah, well, she didn't do too well with that whole prosperity thing, did she? Not true. Mother's planning was excellent, but the walled city wasn't the prosperity project. Prosperity was something I built, at the centre of the walled city. A moment later, an invisible grip takes hold of your chest, constricts it, squeezing the air from your lungs. Your vision greys from the edges, and the world surges backward, leaving you suspended in the distance, on the periphery of reality. Something is hurtling towards you, approaching from the fringe of your mind like a bullet train. It screams ahead, closer and closer, until it is upon you, overwhelming you with its presence. And then, nothing. Silence. Until a scream pierces your consciousness, pulls you screaming to its source. You're back in the walled city, the city of darkness. Your mind wrenches, inverts, and then violently jerks back into your skull. Your stomach cramps hard and the taste of bile burns your throat. A thin trickle of cold sweat slides down the small of your back and your eyes refuse to focus. Your crew fears no better. Gobbet pulls herself from the floor, madness and folly squeaking wildly in the folds of her clothing. Isabel grips the railing, her back to the group, retching silently. Nectar leans against Koshai, his ashen face staring at the ceiling. He blinks rapidly, Processing. When was Gaichu here? Gaichu stands perfectly still in the center of the car, hands at his sides, his face impassive. Wu breathes deeply, his hands on his knees. That wasn't a dream. He shakes his head like a lion's mane and spits on the floor. Gross! That was something else. Goblet's breathing is shallow. She's covered in a thin sheen of sweat. It was a vision. I saw some sort of machine inside the walled city. It was churning something. It felt wrong. Impossible. I think it was ripping, I don't know, reality. The orc girl shudders. It was ripping a hole in reality. Something is here, my friends. Something has arrived. I believe we have just fallen in over our heads. What the hell was that, Raymond? No answer. Wu spins to find Raymond cowering, his head in his hands, shuddering and weeping. She's here. Breathe, Raymond. Breathe. Shouldn't have waited. Shouldn't have hid. He looks up at you with bloodshot eyes. She's here. The queen with 1,000 teeth. Raymond rocks in place, hugging himself, staring past you at someone only he can see. I left prosperity in there. I left prosperity in there. I left prosperity in there. Uh-oh. Looks like Raymond's gone bye-bye. Shh! Cop it! Gently squeeze his shoulder. Edward, can you hear me? Prefer Raymond. Raymond blinks his eyes open. His voice is weak, hesitant, disconnected somehow. Are we in the subway? The right corner of his mouth twitches noticeably. Why is he stuttering? He's not. I used to stutter, and this doesn't sound like a stutter to me. Something else is going on. Could be the visions, could be the aborted brain surgery, or some combination of the two. Something bad is happening. It began a long time ago, and I'm responsible. The Queen, Prosperity. The Queen with 1,000 teeth. These dreams, visions, they've been coming to you for a long time, haven't they? Yes, oh yes, I've been plagued by the nightmares for a long time. They began years ago, sporadically at first. Vague dreams wrapped tight with guilt, with shame. Raymond's eyes roll back in his head and he closes them tight. Until this last year when the frequency began to increase, then the imagery clarified, started to repeat. Teeth. Thousands and thousands of teeth. He sways for a moment, dizzy. And the sounds of suffering began to drown out even my waking thoughts. That's when I knew I had to come back. The truth, Raymond. Why did your mother have you kidnapped? Why try to erase your memory? To stop me from correcting a mistake I made a long time ago. He puts a hand out and steadies himself on Wu's arm. My fault. Prosperity. All those people, those poor, poor people. The Prosperity Project? Shame eclipses on the old man's face. You know about Prosperity? Yes, sort of. We already covered this, Raymond. We know that it's in the center of the walled city, and that Edward Tsang built it. Why don't you start at the beginning, Raymond? Tell us what all this is about. The beginning. Sometime in the 20s, my mother was awarded the contract. The contract to rebuild the housing development, the walled city. Well, from the results, I'd say your mum kind of blew it. Prosperity failed. I told you. The walled city wasn't the Prosperity Project. Prosperity was the fortune engine I built at the center of the walled city. My special project. Fortune engine? What are you talking about? You can't create fortune, Raymond. You kinda can, Guncho. Some practitioners of Feng Shui believe they can do it. Ever heard of the Bagua of the 8 aspirations? Willie looks at Gobbet flatly. No, Gobbet. I must have skipped school that day. Keep going, Gobbet. I want to hear this. It's Neo Feng Shui. The masters of the craft can map the flow of Qi and how it corresponds to different aspects in someone's life. Fame, relationships, creativity, inner knowledge, health, and fortune. That's 6. I thought you said there were 8 aspects. I don't remember the other 2, but one of them was definitely fortune. So what does your fortune engine do? The fortune engine was designed to improve the balance of Qi in a negative Qi environment. A negative Qi environment? Somewhere shitty. Like a slum. Like a low-income housing project. I believe that the fortune engine, the rebuilt walled city, might never become a slum. But the machine malfunctioned. Malfunctioned how? The machine I created to circulate negative Qi in the walled city. It got stuck. Stuck on what? Raymond rises slowly, pulling himself from his crumpled heap. His tones turn instructive. The old Raymond, but this time his explanation is halting and weary. Think of the fortune engine as a sort of propeller blade moving through astral space, circulating Qi, keeping it fresh. When Qi flows, when the rhythm is right, the results are positive, fortuitous. When I brought my design for the fortune engine to my mother, she embraced it. She more than embraced it, she bankrolled it, put an entire division of Tsang Mechanical under me to develop it. Sounds like a big bet. The biggest of her career. Others said that if the machine could bring fortune to the less fortunate, it would prove my theory. If it could help the poor, imagine what a fortune engine could do for Josephine Tsang. But that's not what happened, was it? Something went wrong. The people in the walled city didn't benefit from your fortune engine, did they, Raymond? The old man bows his head, doesn't answer. Dad? Dad, what happened to your fortune engine? Whereas Raymond's response is barely audible. It got stuck. The mechanism I created to circulate negative Qi in the walled city got stuck. You can see Wu's patience blowing away like autumn leaves in a high wind. He rubs his head viciously in frustration. Stuck on what, Raymond? The old man gets a confused look on his face. His lips move soundlessly for several moments. Wu leans in close, drops to a whisper, seethes in his foster father's face. Stuck on what? Raymond winces at Wu's tone and stumbles back a step, but it does the job and the old man focuses. Something in astral space. I wasn't sure what. That sounds bad. The machine started pulling negative Qi, and the walled city started to fill with it. Fortunes turned bad. I've been in places where the Feng Shui was really bad. That's not what I felt when I was in the walled city. No, Qi needs to flow. Eventually, the enormous pool of negative Qi became toxic. Fortunes turned from bad to worse. Much worse. Mother's visions for a rebuilt, revitalized walled city fell to ruin. It only took a few years, with the trapped toxic Qi, to turn a brand new housing development into a hellish slum. Why didn't you turn it off? I couldn't. Something happened. Part of the malfunction. We couldn't turn it off. Then why didn't you blow it up? Wrap it in C6 and turn it into a scrap heap? Mother refused. Wu's tone turns icy cold. Why? I never found out. She wouldn't tell me. She would only say that it wasn't worth spending the additional resources to figure out how to fix it, or even how to turn it off. She sealed off the maintenance room. Our engineers poured a sarcophagus of thick concrete around it, so no one would ever find it, ever find out what we had done. Then she wrote the project off as a business loss and moved on like nothing had ever happened. Right? Yes. After that, I left Hong Kong, started a new life in Seattle. Found you two. You should have stayed, tried to do something about it. Wu grimaces, disappointed. You were a coward, Raymond. Yes. Raymond stands up straight, takes a shaky step towards Wu. Yes, Duncan, I was a coward. And the guilt, the burden of my cowardice, gripping me like a vice that never loosened, has eaten me from the inside for 20 years. And then the nightmares began. Horrible. Still, I kept working on the problem night and day. Did you ever figure out how to stop it? It took me years, even after you left, to make the connections, find what to do. But I did. I figured it out. And still the nightmares intensified until they became unbearable. I knew I had to come back, fix what I had done. That's why I contacted you, to help me see it through. We mumble something, but all you can make out is the word coward. Wait, there's still a piece missing. What's causing the visions we're all having? When the machine malfunctioned, when the circulator became stuck in astral space, it lodged in another domain. He sways and his lips began to tremble. And something lived there. Not good! Another 20 years of constant force. The circulator finally began sharing astral space, created a rupture in her domain. It begins rocking in place. And now she's pushing through. And now she's pushing through. And now she's pushing through. Yeah, she's pushing through alright. The queen with 1,000 fucking teeth. A thing you brought here, Raymond. Raymond stops his rocking, becomes fully lucid. He snaps back at Wu. I understand that, Mr. Wu. That's why I came back. I believe she is only partially here. She isn't pushed all the way through yet. She's probing her new hunting ground. The emotional strain of his snap at Wu rattles him again. I know what to do now. How to extract the circulator, shut the machine down before she can fully manifest. Just get me to the center of the walled city, to the fortune engine. I will do the rest. Please, help me. Help them. You helped us overcome some hairy mistakes when we were kids, Ray. Now, I get to help you fix yours. I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can go back in there. The little Decker's eyes open wide, more white than iris. Her breathing becomes faster, shallower. It's not just a thing in there, Seattle. It's a Yamakun, a demon goddess. We're trapped, it is. We can't run, and believe me, I want to. It's all I've been thinking of. The rat shaman's shoulders rise with tension, but the APB is still out on us and those visions. I got a feeling they're not going to stop unless we make him stop. And that fragile old man's the only way to do it. We gotta take him in there, Is. We gotta help him fix this. I, for one, wish to see this fortune engine. I am intrigued. I willingly go. I have the opportunity to kill a god. I cannot allow the opportunity to pass unanswered. I hate this fucking country. I hate this life. Vic is right. We owe you, Raymond, and I'm not walking away from that. I'll help you fix your mess or die trying. Then we'll be even. He stares evenly at Raymond, his voice cold. I'm no coward. Fear grips the people streaming from inside the walled city. The storm isn't a typhoon. It's something else. I really need to pee, and also my throat's dry as fuck, and I'm out of tea. So I'm gonna take a quick break, and I'll be right back. Hello. I hath returned. Right, so I'm just gonna double check and see if I can talk to anyone about shit before this final thing. Crafty. No information. Not surprised. I feel like we're supposed to just go straight there. But I should at least top up on items. Alright, no one's home. Okay. Ah shit, I forgot to change it back to gaming. I promise I have a brain cell in here somewhere. Sometimes. Raymond and Wu stand near each other in the rain, staring at the walled city, not talking. The old man looks at you, weary but alert. You look like you have something on your mind, Miss Jones. There's a lot we don't know about you, isn't there? Of course. You saw the world, saw me through a child's eyes. How much do we actually learn about our parents before they die? Well, today we learned that you're a genius who can create magical machines. We learned that you have a rich, powerful mother in the ruling council of Hong Kong who kidnapped you to reprogram your brain. And we learned that the two of you are responsible for the suffering of thousands. Pretty big score from my perspective. Did I get everything, Vic? You left out that he's risking his life to try and fix it. That's just it. He can't fix it. He wails on Raymond, closes the gap between them. You realise you can't fix it, right, Edward? You can't erase 20 years of misery and suffering. The best you can hope for is to remove the unnatural part of it. Allow that horrible slum to be horrible without toxic key or whatever you said. You're not going to push the make it all better button. We can stop it from getting worse, and we can stop her. Oh right, let's not forget that at the end of this road, there's a demon goddess waiting for us. And I don't think she's gonna be too sweet on the idea of us closing the door on her. No, but I'll tell you one thing. I'm not gonna be like him. I'm not gonna run. Raymond cringes at that. He screws his eyes shut, trying to ward it off. But then he's still for a moment as his jaw sets. And when he opens them again, his eyes are defiant, authoritative. I did what I did to help people, Mr. Wood. And when I couldn't help them anymore, I left and I continued helping people in Seattle. In that teen center, in that slum I took you from. Or did you forget where you were from? Oh, I didn't forget, little man. How could I, with you reminding us of it every chance you get? How you saved a poor little Chinese boy after you ran from the thousands who looked just like him. My motivations for helping you aren't related, Duncan. Look at you. The results are what counts. Wu doesn't pull back. He leaves his face a hair's breadth from his foster father. I know, Edward. Your motivations for building that machine aren't relevant here either. Wu cocks a thumb at the walled city, with the throngs running from its interior. The results are what counts. Most people don't listen with the intent to understand. They listen with the intent to reply. Both men recoil at that, mouths agape. They stare at one another, remembering a time years ago when they were similarly conflicted. The intent to reply. That thing with lockjaw, double tray. I just realised why you were always so on edge all those years ago. While you were raising us. Why you always seemed so tortured. You've been carrying this around the whole time. I have, but that guilt is nothing now. When I think of what the circulator, the rift, more of them could get in. More like her. Do you think that can happen? More Yamakings can make it through? Yes, the possibility exists to remove the choke. The machine could be set to overdrive the circulator, tear the astral rift even wider, open the floodgates for more to enter. We can't let that happen. No, Raymond, we can't. Wu looks the old man in the eye, his hostility replaced by firm resolve. We won't. Five people, all reeking of triad, huddle together next to your crew, muttering among themselves and pointing at the towering slum. One of them notices you and pats another on the chest with the back of his hand. It's the man who's been guarding the walled city entrance since you arrived in Hawaii. He acknowledges you, a look of doomed determination on his face. Miss Ching sends her regards. She told us to keep an eye out for you. What for? Miss Ching wants to know what the hell is going on inside the walled city. She sent us to find out and report back to her. She said that if we saw you heading in there, we should go with you. We'd have a better chance of staying alive. Good. We need all the guns we can get. The soldier nods in appreciation. Just tell us what you need. This is our shot at distinguishing ourselves. Show Auntie that we have what it takes to rise in the organization. It may be our best chance to provide for our families. The group of triads nod to each other in forlorn unity as they take in the panic around them. The storm, the flood of people, the towering tenement, and something else. A wave of something emanating from within. Do you feel that? Gobbet holds her stomach. Madness and Polly squeak their disapproval. It's like the walled city's bad breath or something. Ugh, it's disgusting. I don't know, unclean, just looking at the place. Like life has no value or something. Like there's just no point to anything. That's the toxic key, and it's exactly the point. We need to get rid of it, fix it at the source, if I can. Raymond stares at the walled city, taking it in for the first time. His breath hitches in his chest, but the old man grits his teeth in grim determination. The fortune engine is located at the heart of the walled city. That's where I need to go. I'll drop a marker in the center of the walled city on everyone's PDA. Seattle. We should be able to weave our way through it to the machine. Raymond, what's the best route to take? The old man shakes his head painfully. 20 years since I stepped foot inside. Wasn't nearly this size then. No idea how to get there now, only where we need to go. We can take advantage of the chaos. It may cover our approach in case something is trying to stop us. We should split up. Keep Raymond back and out of harm's way. Look around, Gunshow. The whole place is in harm's way. It'll be safer if we split up. Seattle leads some of us to clear the way to the machine. Auntie's men can follow with the rest of us, escorting Raymond once the way is secure. It's thin, but it's a plan. We improvise from there. Both teams, use your comm to stay in touch. We have no idea what we're gonna face in there. I will be right behind you, Vic. Take care of yourself. You be careful too, Dad. Raymond holds your eye with a look of gratitude. The time for timidity is over, Mr. Jones. No more cowardice. It's time for me to finally take action. He exhales softly and stares at the walled city, unflinching. This is the end of prosperity. Alright. So we want Isabel, because she's Deckard. You always want a Deckard. Ractor, because combination of muscle and also he's good with machines. And I think Gobbet, because this is a magic shit. The typhoon pours down as the Triad soldiers fan out in front of you, leaving the way into Kowloon walled city. Raymond shuffles along, alert and intent. Although exhausted by all that has gone on, he drives himself forward, and will not accept help from anyone. Wu watches the windows and rooftops, his rifle never leaving his shoulder. He occasionally risks a glance at his foster father, concern, frustration, and anger playing over his face like a slideshow. The walled city is worse than in your first visit. Even with the rain, you can feel something in the air. It's thicker now, and it clings to your skin like invisible filth. The miserable noises of slum life are gone, replaced by something worse. The sounds of death, the sounds of fear. As you round a corner, the group stops before heading in deep. Set? Can I, require spellcasting 6? Well, I barely ever use... Oh, that also requires spellcasting 6. Maybe give it to Gobbet? No. None of us have spellcasting 6. That's good to know. Give Isabel better healing items. And then give Gobbet the grenade and one healing item in case she gets in trouble. Let's fucking go! Oh, I have unspent karma? Alright, because I didn't check to see if I got karma from the last one, even though I heard the noise. 15? Fuck yeah. I'm just gonna put it into charisma, because hopefully. And then... also increase my quickness. And... guess that's all I can really do. The inner walled city. What you've seen in your dreams feels tame by comparison. The atmosphere is human with the oppressive weight of despair. You can feel it bearing down on your shoulders, whispering for you to give up, lie down and await your miserable fate. Your skin feels oily and unclean. We're finally here. Finally past the trash heap that encrusts this place. He reaches out and touches a Duraplast wall. The paint has long since chipped away, but what remains is enough to tell you that you're looking at the original exterior of Kowloon Walled City. It looks much sturdier than the ramshackle construction that has grown up around it. This is what Mother and I built. What was supposed to help people. All that we wanted was to help. Very poetic. Now let's move. I'm done with the talking. I don't want to spend a second longer in this place than I have to. The Yellow Lotus 49er scans the horizon, his head on a swivel. He's full of the frenetic energy that can only come from pure terror and combat stills. Raymond doesn't move. He stands there, staring at a painted section of wall to his left. Tracing his gaze, you can see what he's looking at. It's faint, but it's there. A faded stamp of the Tsang Mechanical Services logo. Even this is a nightmare now, decrepit and rotten and falling apart. It was supposed to be a good place, a safe place. Yeah, well, it isn't, and we all know whose fault that is, don't we? Her eyes flash daggers at your adopted father. She wears her hate like a mask. He looks down on her, expressionless. Yes, and that is why I have to fix it. Vic, you need to clear me a path to the sarcophagus that surrounds the fortune engine. It will be at the center of all of this. Please, please help me fix this. I can't do it by myself. That's the plan. He reaches a hand toward you, pulls it back with a pained expression. Thank you. You cut a path like the man said. We'll go with kindly soldiers on the B team. We'll escort Ray via side streets, keep him safe until he can regroup. I'll get him in there. You better. I don't think we have much time. He rolls his shoulders, cracks his neck with a pair of pops. Let's just get this done. Be careful. There's more to worry about this deep in the walled city than a Yamaku. Everything in this place either wants you gone or wants you dead. Come on, Seattle. Let's get this over with. Alright then. Stop right there. A group of Yellow Lotus 49ers is holding this entrance. Their leader, a dumpy female elf with chipped teeth and a buffoon hairdo, stumbles toward you. You drop your guns and get down on the floor. She shakes her head from side to side as if trying to clear it. A pair of bloodshot eyes roll in their sockets without reason or purpose. Drop everything, or we'll gut you like pigs. You're from the Lotus Den, aren't you? Strangler Bao is on my side. Bao? Bao? She gestures wildly with her rifle. A thin stream of blood traces its way from her left nostril down to her mouth. His time is done. Our new queen has shown us the way. Fuck. Screaming unintelligibly, she launches herself at you. Her cohort follows behind, swinging their weapons wildly and howling for blood. Well, Whoops. Right. I move Gobbet up there and probably safe to go. Ouch. This fight is stressful because I just have a much better position. Imagine if this... Never mind. Music for this game really does slap though. What's that over there? Isabel, got anything you can do with this? I made a habit of cracking Sang encryption. It's basically as easy as flipping a switch at this point. So I flip a switch and the turrets go down. Simple. She manipulates the electrical panel in front of her and some lights flicker and fade from the display. Done. If I remember correctly, you push your way forward, through the piles of filth and through the narrow gaps between buildings, ducking under exposed sewage pipes and battered ductwork. Suddenly, you're through it and out the other side. A slender woman stands a few meters in front of you. An extravagant coat hangs over her delicate frame, the hood pulled low over her face. She's facing you, but you can't make out her features. Behind her, another woman approaches at a trot. She's wearing ballistic armor, and she has a weapon drawn. The insignia that's been emblazoned onto her shoulder pad is familiar to you. Sang. Hey, you there. You heard us. Clear the area and do it now. The inner blocks are off limits to non-Sang personnel. My apologies, I got a bit lost. I'm not really familiar with this area. Her tone is silky smooth and perfectly even. Almost hypnotic. That's okay, but she blinks, shakes her head to clear it, her jaw clenches, and you watch her eyes refocus. She shoulders her weapon. Don't you try that on me. Make one more sound and I'm gonna... With a motion that's too quick to follow, the hooded figure lashes out. Grabbing the Sang guard around the waist, she bats the startled woman's weapon away with her other hand, lunges forward and sinks her teeth into her neck. A spray of arterial blood fills the air and the guard's body goes limp. The hooded figure lets the Sang security officer's body crumple to the floor. She sweeps back her hood and dabs at her lips with her handkerchief. You again. The Shadowrunners from the repulsed Bane. Her expression is ice cold. She turns the square of embroidered fabric in her hands and continues to blot the blood off her lips. We really must stop running into one another. Ku Feng, it's a pleasure to see you again. Let's dispense with the pleasantries, shall we? We're both well aware that we don't like one another, so why waste time pretending? We're here to stop the machine that's causing all of this. Will you help us? No. Her voice is frosty. No, I don't think I will. Please, Ku Feng, I'm going up against a Yamaki. I need all the help I can get. I like that you're showing me courtesy. That's good. It shows a level of humility that I hadn't thought possible from you. And I would like to see the being at the heart of this city destroyed. To drink the ichor of such a being, the thought sends shivers down my spine. After we take her down, you've got first dibs. Very good. This is going to be fun. So the first time I played this game, I didn't set her free, I just killed her. But yeah, she takes care of the guards for us that were there. Puggers. Your comlink buzzes. It's Raymond, still alive. Vic, what is your status? Your mother set up a cordon around the inner walled city. We just got through. Cordon? Oh my, how did you get through? We had to take them down. Too much loss of life because of me. It was unfortunate but unavoidable. Please, Vic, try to avoid more casualties. You need to be careful. The nearer you draw to the fortune engine, the worse the astral disruptions will become, and make sure that when you reach... The call cuts out. No! No! Are you kidding me? This guy's timing could not be worse. That better not have been important. Of course, knowing our luck. Can we re-establish contact? At this point, the only thing we can do is move forward. Go on, Seattle. Let's get to it. The walled city's mid-ring stands tall before you. Looks even worse than what you just trekked through. A jumbled nightmare of crumbling buildings and exposed wires. A terrible sense of deja vu washes over you. You put one foot in front of the other and press further inside. Having a team of 5 really makes a difference, I think. Oh. What's over here? That doesn't look particularly nice. I'm just gonna increase my range. Accuracy, not range. I love how if you miss, they just don't notice. Is there even anything over here other than this one lonely dude? No? Shame. But yeah, this is where it starts to get more horror-y. The crowd is in a frenzy. They're shouting, screaming at the Tsang security officers who block their progress. A dead body lies in a rapidly expanding pool of blood at their feet. They've already shot one of those poor bastards. Any second now they're gonna open up on the rest. I've seen enough riots to know, they always end the same way. Tsang security arrived here in force about an hour ago. They've been cordoning off streets and pushing people out ever since. Looks like they're trying to take control of the inner walled city, but the desperate poor have them outnumbered 1,000 to 1. The inevitable massacre should begin any second now. The crowd surges forward and a burst of gunfire pushes them back. Back away! Back the fuck away! The muzzle of his weapon dips and weaves as he barks out orders. Those in the front of the crowd try to backpedal, only to run up against those surging forward from the back. I'm warning you, clear the area now! Please, this is our home, our families are still inside. This is for your own good. We are here to protect you. He gesticulates wildly, spittle flying from his mouth. We can't be here. Back away. This is your last warning. We're undefeated. As you raise your weapons, the Tsang captain empties his magazine into the crowd. So what does she do? Noxious breath, bite, and punch. How? Oh? Huh? There we go. No, I should probably try this at least once. Right. Get anything through here? Not really, no. Cool, now we have an explosives detonator. That's fun. And that's horrifying. Hear the muffled sound of shouting coming from the west. Multiple voices, all calling out for something. Can't make out what they're saying, but they sound like they're in a panic. Great, another one of those things. Can't say I'm thrilled with the prospect of wading deeper into their territory. I have concerns, is what I'm saying. Tell you what, the next time we see something like that, we shoot it and hope for the best. What's up here? I feel like it's not mission related, so I'll just come back here. You've been walking for what feels like hours, picking your way through the claustrophobic alleys of the inner-walled city. Feels like you're traversing a war zone. Dead bodies litter the gutters. Some have been gutted by gunfire, others have suffered stranger and more terrible wounds. The rattle of distant automatic weapons fire rings in your ears, intermingling with faint screams of agony and terror. Never been this deep inside the walled city before. Rat doesn't even want to come in here to guide me. I'm not a fan either, but it's too late to turn back. Right, we have to keep moving. After all, we can't keep the malevolent demon god waiting. Ahead, you can see a cluster of Tsang security personnel. They look to be embroiled in some sort of argument. If they notice you at all, they don't show it. As you watch, one of the officers loses his cool, starts shouting. She's here for us! I've seen her in my dreams! What is here? I don't know what you're talking about, damn it! The security officer lurches towards his partner. his eyes bulging. His body language makes you think of a wounded animal, panicked, terrified, and ready to lash out at anything within reach. He shakes his head like a wet dog and focuses on the woman beside him. I know how to keep her safe. I saw how to do it. He reaches for an object that's clipped to his belt. Open your mouth. You're crazy, man. Keep away from me. I mean it. She backpedals, reaching for a weapon and shouts at a third guard. Get back up. Who has gone insane? Without a word, the third sand guard takes her front. As if on cue, the deranged security officer takes another step forward. This is for the best, Yang. Trust me. I'll do you first, and then I'll do me. Light shines on black iron. He holds a multi-tool clenched in his hand. You can see that he's configured it into a set of pliers. By the time I'm done, she won't be able to hurt us anymore. With a flurry of motion, the man with the pliers lunges at his companion. She drops into a fighting stance and meets him head-on. There we go. Actually, it's probably safe to keep it on the pistol for now. This is that the... That's the one with the teeth obsession. And now I can switch over to this. Oh, I got Gobbet and Kufeng mixed up. I'll just have to recall Gobbet next turn. Ooh, that was almost a bad idea. he's dead, then who else is there? Oh, this guy. The reason why I don't usually like turn-based combat RPGs is because turn-based combat is not fun, which might be a surprise to a lot of people. But more tank security up here, but these ones are different. They're outfitted in heavier armor, carrying heavier artillery. They look just as adult as everyone else you've seen this deep in the slum though. They hold their weapons leveled at a doorway leading to their inner walled city. Great, more heavily armed nutjobs. What are they? You hear a deafening crash from the direction of the walled city. The noise is followed by an alien piping sound, unlike anything you've ever heard. The sound of it, the Tsang troops start screaming. Their faces have gone as grey as ash. You catch a glimpse of something moving toward you, something fast that seems to defy gravity as it runs. They have a split second to process this new information before the gunfire starts. Homie. Okay, so we are fighting the Tang as well. Ouch! That did so much damage. Holy fuck. If I go... Might. Wait, Koshai has grenades? Huh. Right, so... If this is so sad, Alexa play Despacito. Nice. Oof. That hits hard. This hurts. No. Anyway. Oh, only 4 damage. Oh, but that's probably a little too close to Goblet. So... no. Let's finish off this guy first if we can. Right, now Raptor can go. Overclock Koshai. Right, so the closest we can get with 2 AP is there. And then from there, we cannot attack, so let's push Isabel up more. Right, into the center of the walled city. As you pass into the hallway, Koofing brushes up alongside you. I'm afraid that we're going to have to part ways here, Seattle. The negative energy of this place has grown a little too strong for my liking. Oh, come on, what happened to drinking the ichor of a Yamake? Yes, well, that seemed like a good idea when I said it, but truth be told, this is all getting to be a bit much for me. I really like it a lot better when I'm the only all-powerful monster queen in the building. Where's your sense of adventure? I'm sorry if my decision disappoints you, but at the end of the day, I really don't have a horse in this race. Why should I care if Kianya wants to rule a filthy slum? It's no skin off my back. I've got Repulse Bay to look after. In any case, this has been a most educational experience. Thank you for letting me be a part of it. Goodbye, Shadowrunner, and good luck. Thank you, Kufi. In the clearing ahead, you find a sobbing middle-aged man amidst a pile of bodies. He's dressed in a cheap suit with a bright yellow tie, but the fabric has been smeared with blood. He takes notice of you and recoils. Leave me alone! Go away! As he tries to pull away, his mouth drops open. You can see that he's missing at least half of his teeth. Can't let them find me. Can't let them catch me. I have to hide from them. From her! Slowly, methodically, he begins to claw out his own eyes. Can't get free, can't get clean. When my eyes close, I see them there twitching, shaking like broken things. He reaches for you with blood-stained fingers. Please, please help me. Something scrambled his brains. Might have been Kianya or her servant, or maybe just the stress. Either way, there isn't much that we can do. I think that I've seen the things that you're talking about. Crescent-shaped heads, twitching movements. He nods, staring at you through red-streaked eyes. Drooling fire and pissing blood. Bodies like the gums of some huge animal. Teeth thrusting out of pink flesh like the thorns on a rose. Shaking, trembling, and their horrible smiles. His entire body begins to tremble. He doubles over, clutching his head and sobbing. The tears spatter down on the mangled corpses at his feet. We begged it. What the fuck was that just came out of my mouth? We'd better get moving, Seattle. We need to stop this before those things drive us as crazy as he is. The best way that we can help you is to stop all of this. He sobs uncomprehendingly. Into the heart of the walled city. The sound of the typhoon hammering down outside is nearly drowned out by the noise of evacuees fleeing their ordeal. The air smells of fear and bodily fluids, thrums with a bass note of expectation and doom. You pause for a moment in the eye of the hurricane. Ahead, the cancerous core of the walled city and its concrete-encased fortune engine await. No word yet from the old man, Seattle. Think you're up to suborbital? I have faith in Raymond. Good. I'd rather not have a showdown with a demon goddess. Shutting down that machine sounds much easier. Let's continue clearing a path, make it easy for him to follow. We're about to leave this location and move on to the heart of the walled city. The deafening rattle of machine gun fire fills the air behind you, and the metallic tang of blood cuts through the stench of garbage. You press forward, wading through block after block of insanity, chaos, and death. All around you, the walled city is descending into a churning cauldron of depravity and violence. The comms of no use. You've tried several times, but there's still no word from the B team. No sign of Raymond or of kindly Ching's triad soldiers. Finally, you reach the center of this hellhole, an industrial hatch with its door ajar. This is the place where Raymond Black built his infernal machine, the threshold across which Kianya, the queen with 1,000 teeth, clawed her way into this world. The walls here are thick, steel reinforced. Braids of thick cable run across the floor, and computer equipment, now hopelessly out of date, adorns every elevated surface. Something in the distance is calling to you. It's faint, but you can feel it. The bone-shaking thrum of an enormous machine. Prosperity. The Tsangs used us as guinea pigs to test their damned machine, and when it failed on them, they forgot about us. Isabel stares at the stenciled letters on the wall, a look of revulsion on her face. Has to be here. The fortune engine is in this complex. I can feel it humming in my bones. We find the machine and secure it until Raymond arrives. Simple enough. Let's press on. Koshai scuttles forward eagerly, its pedipalps weaving eagerly before it. I am quite enthusiastic to see this machine of Mr. Tsang's. A rare opportunity, and one that I will not delay any longer. Is it through here? The door has been sealed. Looks like it's been shut for quite a while. Gotta be some way to get this door open. Terminal. The terminal winks to life at your approach. It's still drawing power. That's promising. Thing isn't even password locked. The display looks corrupted though. Lots of garbled text and gibberish on that screen. As long as we can open the door with it, we're good. We don't need it for anything else. Let's find out. Tsang Mechanical Services, Special Projects Division. IFE works from there. Prosperity Admin System. Open testbed door. I can't read the other stuff. Attempt to open the door to the Fortune Engine's testbed. Here goes nothing. Select the door controls from the computer's menu and command them to open. The screen flickers, then goes dark. Damn it, let me take a look. Suddenly out of nowhere, a wave of nausea grabs you by the guts and twists. It doubles you over, then fades. Isabel turns to face you. What was... As you straighten, you can feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up straight. A buzzing sensation washes over you, drowning out your companion's words and filling your head with white, warm static. In the center of the room, something blossoms into the world. The figure from your dreams looms over you. Enormous and alien. The creature is beautiful and terrifying in equal measure, a thing of billowing silk and carved ivory. Kianya stands, still as a statue, peering down at you from behind a mask of sculpted gold. Smaller spirits take up positions around her, bowing their heads in defense. Deference. Aha, English. Well, her hands tighten on her weapon as the color drains from her cheeks. Shit. Stay calm. We can handle this. Slowly, with a broad, languid motion, Kanya's body begins to shift. The crescent-shaped ivory horns that crown her head cut through the light as she moves, casting strange shadows on the wall behind her. You are here. The voice that pours from behind the thing's mask is indescribably beautiful. The tones are high and musical, seem to hang in the air long after she finishes speaking. You have come to us. In the corners of the room, servitor creatures echo their queen's words. The garbled sounds piping through gaps in the enamel-lined carapaces. Come to us. We called to you across the breadths of space and time, and now you are here, standing before us, just as you are meant to be. Why did you call to me? What do you want? We call to all who will listen. Her voice is joyous, triumphant. All are welcome in our court. All are welcome. and all are welcome in our larder. The Yama King spreads its arms, its movements full of malevolent grace. You belong here, slave thing, with us, now and for all time. I'm not your slave. In fact, I'm here to make a deal with you. Isabel blinks. Wait, what? The Queen with 1,000 Teeth lowers her head contemplatively. Her incandescent veil ripples like silk as she moves. Such a thing could be arranged, perhaps. If you are worthy. I am. Kianya's gown parts as she raises a forearm. Your mind rebels against the alien biology that you see underneath. The wet, glistening crenellations of flesh, enamel, and keratin that make up the Yama King's body. We will judge your worth, slave thing. Determine whether you are better suited in our court or in our stomach. We will test you. I forgot to ask how we'd figure out if we're worthy before I clicked it. Fuck. Your part is simple. The musical tones of the Yama King's voice are high-pitched and giddy. You need only endure. It opens its arms to you, offering a view of the chisel-like teeth that protrude from its flesh. Saliva glints on bone-white enamel. All around you, the gibbering of the Queen's servitors grows to a fever pitch. Rector stares up at the creature, his jaw hanging open in awe. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. The Queen with 1,000 Teeth lowers her head, and unnaturally thick air turns rank and cold. Waves of nausea rack your stomach as a foul wind slides over you like mud. You'll be tested, mate. If you are found wanting, we'll rip your nerves out at the root and gorge ourselves on your flesh. Her musical voice builds to a towering crescendo that crashes into you like a sledgehammer. Prove yourself to us, mate. Prove yourself or serve us forever. Wait, do I have karma I can spend? Can I spend it right now? That is so stupid. It should not have let me change that. I think... yeah. Rector. Koshai can... Alright, so... Ouch.
Right, so heal myself. Get back here and force 6 water elemental. The shotgun mount is probably going to be best for here in particular. Oh boy, Rakta better run back. Rakta really better run back. Can I repair Koshai from here? Yes. Right. Didn't I? I swear I had an angle on. I was about to say that statistically one of those should hit, and then it did. As you watch, Kianya's blast-marked and broken body begins to reform. Her gown knits itself back together, black blood wicking onto the floor. Slowly, terribly, she begins to laugh. You cannot kill us, mate. You have not even seen us. This form is but a shadow, a droplet of divine essence filtered through a keyhole. Gobbet scans the room, her eyes glinting. I think that it's telling the truth. That thing over there isn't Kianya. It's just a fragment of an enormous astral entity. The little ones, the servitors, are all parts of her too. The glow in her eyes fades. She bites her lip. We are so fucked. The rat servants begin... Kianya begins to cackle. The rat servant sees the truth of it, glimpses us as we really are. Were you to behold our full magnificence, your mind would wring itself into pulp. The crumpled form of Kianya rights itself, begins to rise. You'll see, slave thing. We will show you a world not meant for mortal eyes. You will see.
I don't know about y'all, but it sounds like she just had a hissy fit because we were better than her. I take back what I said.
So there's 3 servitors? Well, technically, this one's a fanged behemoth, however you pronounce that, but same thing. I should probably move everyone else back, I just realized. And get Gobbet back as well. Ouch. Double ouch. Oh shit, does anyone else have a... I knew I should have gotten more trauma kits. I'm going to cheat a tiny bit and load back a bit Because... Ah! So it goes back to the first fight, okay. Right, so, and then now, that's 2 flames snuffed in the first turn. Which I feel like is good progress. Can I snuff them? I can. Oh wait. I've made mistakes there. Oh. Ouch. Right then. Time for a little... Damn, that hurt. Nice. Why does Rakta have 3 movement this turn? Anyway. How did none of those hit? That is extremely statistically improbable. we've already read through this. But let's drop a save down here. Never mind, I can't. I can, however. Oh, I could just increase my hit points. Now I have 50 max HP instead of 30, which is a pretty decent increase, I think. I'm actually going to go for that ranged bastard first. And then get Gobbet to move out of the way. And right then. I really love the set design of this area. Even if it's like kinda gross, it's still very well done. Especially because like being gross is like it's supposed to be gross. I need to use right here. This is not a fun fight, unfortunately. That's enough slices! Actually, probably the shamanic cell will probably help me. You need to stop. I need to take out that one the most. And then I think I might move Isabel away because Kenya is not fun, surprisingly enough. Man. Ugh. I'm going to summon these two. Covenant, I'm not done. Oh, I can only have one finish up at it. One finish, one spirit. Up at a time. Like, I know that magical... So that did happen, huh? Rip. I might be here a while, unfortunately. How long have I been streaming for? Another... I've been streaming for 5 hours. Ugh. Alright, so... I'm actually gonna have Isabel go down this way with Fracta. Because Gobbet can handle herself. Whereas Rakta, maybe not so much. Alright, so I should probably spin my karma now while I still remember. And put it into body, because not having health is scary, surprisingly. So the next highest chances there. Ouchies. Ooh. Isabel. This is... Video game fight do be hard though. Oh. It does make sense that this fight is hard because it's the last boss, but still. Right, this time, let's pick up some health from over here. Didn't this have stuff in it before? Ugh. You know what, let's just get through to the fight, and hopefully this time I'll change up the tactic a little. Firstly, by making my character further away. Right. Then Raptor needs to get the hell out of the way, because he is not a large man, or a strong man. And Goblet can get back here. Right, so also I should summon Goblet stuff too next turn. Can I heal? No. Alright. Oh, right. Well then, in that case... And... Goblet can pull out this boy. And also reload and fire. They're going to attack the elemental? Because that would be great. No. Alright, so... we want to be the fuck away from Chanya. Because she's not fun. She's not nice. Can I get back into Kosho? Yes. So I'm going to move him back here as well. And also give him better accuracy. I love how the rat only does 1 damage, but it still does damage. Alright. Just... I love how the one of the 2 shots that hit was a crit. Like, you're not going to do much damage, but the damage that it did do was pretty decent. Alright, so... and then do that to reduce Kanya's accuracy, and then just bite. I'm honestly alive the water elemental is still alive, even if it is like Force 6. We did it! As the Yama King's body crumples, a cackling sound fills the air. Once again, her broken body begins to knit itself back together. The flow of black ichor from her many wounds slows to a stop and reverses, the viscous fluid snaking its way back up into the holes and ruptures that it poured from. Projections on top of projections. All aspects of our divine being, shed as easily as a lizard sheds its tail. Her voice is ripe with mockery. You cannot harm us, mate, but you have amused us. Perhaps you are worthy of an audience after all. Perhaps. Her voice trails off and her head tilts upward. From behind you can hear the pounding sound of approaching footsteps. As he falls into position behind you, Duncan's jaw drops open. Raymond Black steps forward, an expression of grim determination on his face. Oh shit, she's real. He does his best to stand his ground as Kanya turns to face him. His voice is full of awe and terror. I did this. I brought this creature here. He speaks in the grim tone of a man on his way to the gallows. His complexion has gone grey as ash. My fault. My responsibility. The Queen with 1,000 teeth cackles with glee. It has returned to us, the tunnel builder, the architect of my ascendancy. Ascendancy.
The creature leans in towards Raymond, spidery fingers weaving hypnotically. The thing's robes billow like the bill of a jellyfish, pulsing organically with the rhythm of a heartbeat. You will have a special place in our court, Builder. You will stand by our side, exalted for all time, a living token of our unending rule, and an undying symbol of the folly of man. Looking at my phone, it looks like the stream is frozen, but if anyone's watching, can you confirm? I have been a fool, yes. His hands clench into fists so tight that his knuckles go white. The skin on his face is flushed with the effort of fighting through the stammer jumbling his words. A great fool. But I will not be your slave. I will stop you. The Queen with 1,000 teeth leans forward, her movements full of alien grace. The gaping crescent of her mouth parts into a ghastly smile, and you can see row upon row of fangs. Oh, never mind, it's back to normal. They run down her throat in overlapping layers, a bristling forest of glistening, sharpened enamel. I earned an audience with you, Queen. This man did not. She steeples her fingers. Their hardened tips click against one another with a sound like grinding teeth. You're bold, mate, but you are also correct. We do not break our promises, and you have earned some modicum of respect. Kianya turns her full attention back to you, and the smile widens. You can feel it, deep in your gut. It tunnels into you like a lamprey, leaving you feeling empty and cold. In truth, you amuse us. Your persistence in the face of the inevitable is a pleasure to behold. And so we have decided to grant you a rare honor. We offer you a deal. Go on then, I'm listening. Our terms are simple. We want you to leave. Leave the chattel here to their fates. Forget about them. Acknowledge that they are ours, and then think on them no more. Leave the walled city now and do not return. Accept that it is our domain, now and forevermore. In exchange, we will grant you 14 years of good fortune. Your every wish fulfilled, your every desire granted. A charmed life from the moment you leave to the day that our deal elapses. You can do this. With a wave of our hand, we have swum the waters of fortune since the beginning of time. It is a trivial matter for us to divert them. So, will you accept our offer? Will you take the deal? Not yet. I have questions for you first. She inclines her head. You may ask, but do not try our patience. To trifle with us would be a terrible mistake. I've done some research on your kind. There are other Yama Kings, aren't there? Thousands, each unique in all the multiverse, each an imitable form of life. You're one of many, mate, interchangeable with others of your kind. We and our brethren are solitary, sovereign beings, demigods among beasts of the field. If you're as powerful as you say you are, why are you offering me this deal? Because we want to see what you will do. The ultimate reward dangles above your head. You can pluck it like a peach if you wish. We are curious to see if you will. I don't think that's it at all. I think that I hurt you the last time we fought, and that you're stalling while you regain your strength. That might be true. Do you wish to test your theory, mate? Or you accept our generous offer and enjoy every luxury of life for over a decade to come? Make your choice and make it now. No, but I have a counter-proposal for you. Isabel's brow furrows. She looks surprised and uneasy. Her grip on her mini-launcher tightens. A counter-proposal, you say? How amusing. Out with it then, mate. Tell us what you would have of us. You're going to return to the place that you came from, and you're going to close the door behind you. She cackles a long, malicious laugh. And tell us, slave thing, why would we do such a thing? What do you have to offer? Your life. I know how to tear open the tunnel that connects our two worlds. There is a long pause. A low growl emanates from the Yama King's throat. You would destroy yourself, mate. Condemn every living soul in this city to torment unending. Seattle? The Queen with 1,000 teeth tilts her eyeless head, glowering at you. Her voice goes low and dangerous. Your ultimatum is meaningless, mate. Opening the tunnel would not destroy us. It wouldn't even hurt us. You will take our offer or you will die. There is no other choice. I know that opening the tunnel wouldn't hurt you, Queen, but I also know that it would let the other Yama Kings through. The Yama King doesn't respond, not audibly, but the miasma that fills the air seems to thicken, grabs you by the guts and twists. Isabel grinds her teeth. It's got her too. Her eyes flash daggers at you. Why the hell would we want to do that? She isn't lying. We can't kill her, but I'm betting the other Yama Kings can. And we will have it. Kianya's voice raises to a shivering roar. This place is ours. Leave now or be destroyed. But were that easy, you would have done it already. Kianya stands statue still, looming over you like a colossus. Saliva drools down from the ridges and folds of her body. The waves of hate rolling off of her are almost palpable. I've heard what you Yama Kings do to one another when you're angry. The story of the Nameless King. I'm betting that there's some truth to it. A low, rumbling sound emanates from Kianya's chest. Her melodious voice goes sour. You would be condemning yourself to an eternity of torment. My brethren would not permit you to leave this place alive. You're going to destroy me anyway, right? So what do I have to lose? She's right. From our perspective, there isn't much difference between one demon god ruling the walled city and 100. The place is doomed either way. I believe that I've made a decision. If she doesn't go through with this, I will. There's steel in his voice, the kind that you haven't heard since the old days, before prison, before you left home. Go back where you came from, creature. Do this, or I will choke on the machine, and you can die with us. There is a long pause. Kianya cocks her head, coldly evaluating you. A low rumble escapes from her throat. And what of our court? The slave things that have already been taken into our service? We must be allowed to keep them. If we are to retreat into the tunnel, they must come as well. You're entitled to nothing. By asking, you've already conceded defeat. I know your laws, Queen, and I will hold you to them. A low rumbling fills the chamber. Kianya's hideous face contorts into a mask of rage, but she seems incapable of moving to harm you. The servitor creatures that surround her kneel in acquiescence. They look confused and frightened. How do you know? The music in her voice has gone flat. You watch the muscles of her throat bulge, but the sound barely escapes her. You'll spend the rest of eternity wondering. Slowly, gratingly, the Queen with 1,000 teeth bows her head. Her jaw is clenched, and her breath comes out in ragged gasps. We shall go back into the tunnel as agreed. We will leave the slave things behind. We are bound to obey. Holy shit, Seattle. It worked? Moving against her will, Qianya traces an ornate sigil into the air. It hangs there for a moment, shimmering. Then the sky tears open.
Remember the day I told you went Duncan off the streets? I told you that the past is just a story. That if you can just accept that, your past loses all power over you. But we do what we need to do, to live with it, to live with ourselves. Either way, it's over now. I have you to thank for that.
And that's the good ending. And the other ending you can get, Raymond sacrifices himself to close the thing. And we don't trick Qianya through clever wordplay. You lead Raymond out of the prosperity chamber and are instantly caught up in a wave of refugees fleeing for their lives. Struggling through the panicked wave of humanity, you are able to retrace your steps and eventually reach Hawaii. Although the typhoon is past, the scene is wet and chaotic. The newly homeless crowd the streets, dazedly wandering, searching for missing loved ones and nursing injuries. Relief workers are already on the scene, providing blankets and medical aid. Rescue personnel carry the stunned and wounded to safety. The entire area has been cordoned off by the HKPF, while knight-errant officers and a military peacekeeping force attempt to maintain order. We got the good ending. We saved our dad. You emerge from Kowloon walled city to bustling clusters of activity, refugees huddling together staring back at their lost homes, government troops deploying from armoured personnel carriers, news vans setting up remote camera feeds while reporters scramble to find the right angle for their broadcasts. The air is electric with the threat of potential violence as panicked peacekeepers eye the growing crowd of evacuating poor. Gobbett's eyes dart furtively as she turtles her head between her shoulders. This place is hot. The cops are swarming the place and the APB is still out on us. Just take it easy. Try and blend into the crowd. I want to have a look around. Not the best time for sightseeing, Seattle. The place is crawling with badgers. Isabel lifts her nose towards the reporter interviewing someone from inside the walled city. Looks like we get to see a show though. That reporter already has his hooks in someone, hoping for a soundbite. The reporter wears a look of earnest concern like a coat of cheap deodorant. And is that when he started running? Yeah, it was padding it, shooting, screaming. I was terrified. And what caused this, sir? Why are people flooding out of the walled city injured and disoriented? It's like everyone is saying. Some sort of chemical leak. A drug lab exploded or something. Caused mass hallucinations. There you have it, Sonny. A third report of mass hallucinations and violence caused by an explosion in an illegal drug lab. And while reports remain sketchy, it appears that street crime is again on the rise. He half turns and sweeps his arm over the scene. As you can see, it's still turmoil and confusion here as police and executive council peacekeepers respond to the emergency situation, attempting to maintain order. But in all this chaos, in the maze of poverty that is Kowloon Walled City, we may never know what really happened in there. Back to you in the studio, Sonny. The light on the news camera goes off and the reporter drops his facade. He ignores the bedraggled man beside him and begins packing up his equipment. After a moment, he sees you looking at him and turns to you with a scowl. What are you looking at? There was no illegal drug spill. I'm shocked. He laughs sardonically and continues packing. Of course there was no illegal drug spill. Of course it's a line of corp crap. Everything you see, everything you've been taught, every official you elect, they're all bought and paid for by the people pulling the strings. Yeah, well, no one's telling me what to think. Of course not, pal. You're different. The reporter finishes packing and stands up straight, brushing the wet grit of the street off his hands. As he does so, his eyes narrow. His gaze moves over your crew, flicking from face to face before eventually landing on you. Looks like you just came from inside. So tell me, what did you really see in there? A mess that Josephine Sang never cleaned up. He chuckles. Why am I not surprised? No one even remembers that she built this hole in the first place. Not that it would matter. Jode Sang holds this town by the balls. Wouldn't surprise me if she was running some kind of test in the walled city. It's like their little petri dish. He snorts. Wouldn't surprise me if the whole thing blew up in her face because of low safety standards either. They test food additives, body modifications, pharmaceuticals, whatever some junior executive can dream up. Nothing surprises me anymore. We can change that. Good luck. You look like just the lady to do it. I could use your help. To what? Spread the truth? The truth isn't my business. Ad revenue is my business. Do you have any idea how much competition there is for eyeballs these days? News is nothing more than content, just like the new Mammy Canyon Flash BTL, Urban Brawl Broadcast, or Maria Mercurial SimSense Experience. Everyone on this island knows that my news service is just a mouthpiece for the Executive Council. Hell, if you looked close enough, you'll probably find that it's owned by a member of the Executive Council. People buy what we feed them because the world is changing and it's scary. They feel small and they need scapegoats to blame and authority figures to tell them what to think. My news networks gives them that. He points at the TRID screen mounted on the side of his news van. It is a prime example of an authority figure. Jode Sang, rising star in the Executive Council. Just look at her spinning this to her own ends, talking about the humanitarian relief effort she's mounted. You know, go ahead and take your calm. I'm gonna go before this scene turns into some kind of riot. Usually does. This is Seattle. I lost contact with the soldiers I sent into the walled city with you, and now these Sang assholes and government troops are all over the place. Get over here and tell me what the hell happened. Right away, Auntie. No response. The line is already dead. Isabel tugs at your arm, her eyelids at half-mast. I want to sleep. For about a year. I'm taking Raymond to the bolt hole, Vic. I think he could use some sack time too. We'll see you there. You better go talk to Auntie Seattle. Ugh. Ditching me when I need you most. A Tridio monitor displays a live feed from the network's newsroom. It's a standard split-screen talking heads back and forth between a perky newscaster and a stately woman of indeterminate old age. The animated label under the older woman reads, Executive Council Member Josephine Sang. And if you are just joining us, we are talking live with Councilwoman Sang from her office in Prosperity Tower. Councilwoman, again, thank you for being here to help us make sense out of the conflicting reports that we're getting out of Kowloon Walled City. Thank you, Sonny. I only wish that we were speaking in happier times. Of course, madam, this is indeed a stressful day for the citizens of the walled city, but who knows? For one of them, it might be their lucky day. Stay tuned because we're going to cut away shortly to this week's Gigaball drawing, where some lucky winner could walk away with almost 1 trillion new yen. Now, madam, you are saying that this sort of situation is inevitable when masses of underprivileged children are raised in a world without hope. Exactly, Sonny, Josephine Tsang leans forward towards the camera. Without hope, these children are left to create their own opportunities the only way they know how, by turning to crime. They're often brought up in single-parent households without strong guidance to put them on the right path. They are surrounded by thugs and criminals, eager to put them to work in all manner of unsavory activities. And it's events such as this one that call our attention to the plight of those poor children. That is why today I call on my Executive Council colleagues to join with me in supporting a new project, Operation Hope. Under the auspices of this program, we will pull these children out of poverty and place them in loving, stable homes while their parents are rehabilitated, re-educated, and reinvigorated with a new sense of purpose. That sounds like a tremendous... It is, Sonny, and it will cost billions of new yens to support such a mammoth effort. But Tsang Mechanical Services is ready to lead the way through our new charitable foundation, Tsang for Hope. It's time for us to give back to the community and... Madam Councilwoman, I'm afraid I need to cut you off there. As always, you're doing amazing work for the people of Hong Kong, but it's time for Gigaball. The older woman smiles contentedly. Of course. Again, thank you so much for joining us and offering your perspective. We've been speaking with Josephine Tsang, entrepreneur, philanthropist, and frontrunner to be the next chair of the executive committee. And what's this over here? Basic emergency response supplies. Okay. Commotion from the streets of Hoi bleeds into Kindly Ching's Mahjong Pa. Triad soldiers bustle to keep up with their boss's orders. Couriers come in regularly, whispering to a lieutenant before listening intently and running off again. As you enter, Kindly Ching is given instructions to strangle Bao, who nods enthusiastically. She looks over at you and holds up a hand. Wait. And send Wong and Ho to snatch some of those medical supplies off of the relief trucks. With all the excitement, nobody's watching them after at all. There'll be a big black market for them over the next few weeks. Good thinking, Mrs. Ching. Bao lifts a finger to his ear to transmit the orders. When he sees you waiting, he inclines his head a quarter of an inch. Seattle, I figured you were dead. Last I heard, my soldiers had found you and everyone was heading into the walled city. Then things got out of control. Where are my people? What the hell happened? We got separated in the walled city. Found out later they were killed. Is that how you treat my resources? Please accept my apologies, Mrs. Ching. She takes another drag of her cigar, exhales the smoke through her nose. So you do have something to apologize for. I was just trying to be respectful for your loss. She taps her ash on the floor. Well, they knew the risks. They had a shot at moving up and they missed. Forget them. I've got bigger problems, like customers and tenants streaming out of the walled city, screaming for their lives, like the Hong Kong police force and those Tsang security shitholes swarming the place. She drops the stub of her cigar in an ashtray. Now tell me what happened in the walled city, or do I have to get an acetylene torch and ask nicely? A new tenant tried to move in. The big, bad, terrifying kind from another dimension. What? Kindly Ching's eyes got big at that. What kind? A Yama King. Qian Ya, the queen with 1,000 teeth. Never heard of her. She picks up her bottle of foul spirits and studies the label. Her rusty, mean voice drops low. But I know the Yama Kings. My grandmother used to try to scare me with stories about them. Guess that she thought she was teaching me something by scaring the shit out of me. She chuckles softly. I remember one Yama specifically. Fu Mang, the serpent of the setting sun. Oh yes.
Fu Mang promised wealth and influence for those willing to do what was necessary to take it. Her voice turns wistful. The story of Fu Mang spoke to me. All he asked for in return were 44 hearts pulled from the chests of those closest to you, while they were still alive. Hearts from random victims wouldn't do, so those who took Fu Mang's bargain would befriend others before taking their hearts, turning their entire network into a list of victims. Yes, Fu Mang spoke to me, but I didn't listen. My apologies, Mrs. Ching, but one of the men you sent with the runners into the walled city is still alive. He stumbled into Wong and Ho as they were pulling medical supplies of the lorry. Ching turns to you with an edge in her voice. At least one came back alive. A man says that Wong Lan Fat is dead. He got shut up by the Hong Kong police force inside the walled city. A man saw it with his own eyes, Mrs. Ching. Is that good news? It is delicious, my darling. Wong Lan Fat was my superior in the Yellow Lotus, a 438. Kylie Ching's black button eyes sparkled with satisfaction born of malice. He was also a pig. Tell our friend Seattle what that means, Mr. Bao. A wolfish smile spreads across her face, and her eyes squeeze into crescent moons of pleasure. And say it slow so I can savor it. The death of Wong Lan Fat has opened a spot for you to move up, madam. You could be the next 438. Bao smiles. The effect is chilling. The gods help those who seize opportunities. Mr. Bao, put every man we have on this. Spread the word. Kindly Ching says all debts to the Yellow Lotus are suspended for citizens of the walled city until order is restored, and no interest will compound either. Tell them that I have medical supplies too, and there will be no charge for them, until the crisis is over. You are a pillar of the community. Don't be snide, Seattle. You don't want to blow my good mood. She raises her voice so the triads in the room can hear her. The citizens of the walled city need clarity and reassurance. The Yellow Lotus will provide that for them. I may not have brought Josephine Sang down, but I've got my career going again. She grabs her bottle and unscrews the cap with her thumb. Your career too, Mr. Bao. You'll be my new straw sandal. Good partners support one another. Bao lowers his head in respect. You have proven that, Mrs. Ching. This calls for a drink. The soon-to-be 438 pours 2 shots in the sting of kerosene and stabs your nose like switchblades. She hands a glass to Bao, touches it with her own, and holds it there. Your loyalty and clear-headedness has proven immensely valuable, Mr. Bao. You are an effective ally, and I wish you great wealth and good fortune. Looks like you two are moving up in the world. Yes, and it appears your fortune is changing too, Seattle. Remember, you have a mysterious benefactor, one who lifted the APB on you. Any idea who that might be? I don't have a clue, and I must admit, that bothers me. Must be someone powerful. Can't imagine it was Josephine Sang. After all, what would her motivation be? It's got to be someone else. One of Josephine's enemies on the Executive Council, maybe? I'll tap my network, find out if I can. But that's for later. I'm missing an entire piece of your story, my darling. What happened at Prosperity Tower? Did you rescue Raymond Black? Did his mother wipe his memory? We got him. Stopped his mother from wiping his memory. Impressive. You have become quite a Shadowrunner, Seattle. When you were in Prosperity Tower, did you find any incriminating data on Josephine Sang? Dirt? Something I can use? We found financial statements that'll get her in deep with the Executive Council. Enjoy. Now I can take that dried up old bitch to the mat. The Triad boss pulls out a cred stick and tosses it to you. The number on the data readout is big, more than twice the payout of a single Shadowrun. With this, Josephine Sang's days in the Executive Council are numbered. Bao, it appears my fortunes have truly changed. Our partnership has become quite enriching, Seattle. To my new number 1 Shadowrunner, may our partnership continue to be a fruit. To the beginning of something big. Kindly Ching watches you drink, smiling her serpentine smile. Then she downs her glass in one swallow and licks the rim. Now, before I go back to business, I must know, how did you go from rescuing Raymond Blake to the walled city vomiting people? Ray made a magical fortune machine, but it suffered from a demon summoning glitch. Your foster father created a magical fortune machine. Please tell me you have control of this device. Please tell me you brought it to me. No, sorry. That's a pity. I'm sure there are plenty of people who could benefit from it. Well, this business has certainly proved lucrative for me. I'm in a prime position to be the next Yellow Lotus 438. I only lost 4 men, and I finally got something I can use against Josephine Sang. We made quite a splash since arriving in Hong Kong, Seattle. Many Shadowruns completed in a very short time. The reports from our clients are glowing, mostly. You can add closing the door on a demon goddess to the list. We made a difference. Perhaps for some, for a while. Listen to me, my sweet. When I was a girl there had never been a pandemic like Vetus, but in 2010, it happened. We'd never seen death like that. A quarter of the world's population disappeared. It was miserable. Pushed us to our limits. But the survivors moved on. And then the spike babies started appearing. And the dwarf babies. And then suddenly there were dragons and goblinization and magic. And every time the world changed, we got used to it. So the demon goddess decides that the walled city was her new living room and you didn't... Whatever you did, what would have happened? She shrugs, sniffs. Perhaps the news would cover it, until the next sensation pulled their attention away. But after a while, it would be drowned out by all the other crap competing for our attention. And the demon in the walled city would become the new normal. Well, the new normal is that the walled city isn't under magical influence anymore. Congratulations! The poor can return to their misery with no interference from magical machines or big bad things because of you. Now let me give you a piece of advice for the future, my sweet. Something Mr. Ching used to tell me. Respect ghosts and gods, but keep away from them. It sounds like you almost lost your ass in the walled city. I think you'd best listen to that. No more demons from now on, Auntie. He kindly smiles mischievously. So wise. Now get some sleep, Seattle. You look like shit. Tomorrow, we'll talk about the future. Bed sounds good. Val, what's the status on those medical supplies? Bed. Yeah, I should probably see if I can talk to Crafty. Because I feel like she deserves to know that the thing that fucked up her mum is dead. Well, not dead, but gone. The familiar slight of clutter greets you, as if the shop's earlier attempt at organisation were just a phase. Unrolled scrolls, that musky paper scent, and a light build-up of dust on the bookshelves. Cramped but comfortable is only the way the 5 phases could be. A content Crafty stands behind the store counter, focusing on something in her hands. Sketchbook. She's drawing. She glances up and smiles widely. Hey you. I was thinking that maybe we could talk a little more about dreams. Maybe. She holds her index finger up to your face. Do you want to know what I think about dreams right now? Her index finger peels down and is replaced with her middle finger. This. She drops her head. I am done with dreams. Discussing them, researching them, having them. Thankfully I've been so tired lately that when I'm asleep I'm out. It's a world of blackness and it's wonderful. Do me a favour and never bring up those horrible things again. Don't care if you dreamt you were in a cradle full of kittens. Tell it to someone else. I have no problem with that arrangement. I'm pretty sick of them myself. I'm really sorry. I'm gonna finish, the ending bit, but I really need to pee. So bad. I drink too much tea.
terribly sorry about that, but I was worried that I might not be able to finish stream before I really needed to go. So, how are things? Things are good. Well, better. The dreams are gone, and that's a burden and a half lifted from me. I've set aside my mother's journals. I'm sleeping again. Or trying to. But things don't really feel normal yet. I've learned things that have changed me. Not sure how I'm supposed to feel. Maybe it's like a wound, and a bandage isn't going to fix it. It needs to heal. Guess I was just hoping that once all this was over with, life would go on like it had before. She stares at you. You know, Seattle, the course of my life changed partly because of you, and I don't mean that in a bad way. Really, I'm happy with my part in all this, that I could help you out, if even a little. You know, your mother's journals played a big role in all this. I admit, I'm frustrated. It's so easy to say that in retrospect. I didn't know what was going on. I couldn't understand it. But she was still selfish to put her research above her family. She was also the reason we were able to unearth the evil secrets of that city. The monsters inside it. She helped us understand them, and in so doing, their weaknesses. Thank you, Mother. A timid smile creeps into her expression, but the real smile dances inside her candlelit eyes. Thank you, Seattle. You deserve just as much credit as I do. More, even. She waves her hand. All right. Let's not devolve into a bunch of doughy thankfuls. You made a good team. Let's leave it at that. See you around, Crafty. See you around. The scene on the bolt hole is quiet, save for the sounds of eating. Raymond and your crew are crowded around Goblet's electric hot plate. Her cast iron pot simmers on top and they hold bowls of soup in their hands. You recognize the smell. Chicken-style soy broth, elbow macaroni, tinned ham, and a heaping scoop of egg-flavored mycoprotein. Raymond eats heartily. Maybe the first meal he's had in days. You're eating? Gobbet shrugs. Couldn't remember the last time we ate, so we figured we'd hang out a while. She looks over her bowl at Duncan. Besides, no one could sleep anyway. She means me. I'm too fucked up to sleep. Trying not to think about Raymond. They're just keeping me company. Feeding me and pretending not to be tired. Talking a bit. Shouldn't you get some sleep, Raymond? You've been through hell. I'm afraid I am still in hell, Ms. Jones. Like Duncan, I need some time to process all that has happened. I've lived with a profound guilt for 20 years. Coming face to face with my victims has made it all the more acute. What's next for you, Raymond? Back to Seattle? No. My life is here now, I think. Helping the people of the walled city to recover, finding a way to undo some of the damage I've done with the fortune engine. He shudders. And Isabel stares over her bowl at the wall of the trawler. Her voice is soft. Hard to believe we defeated a god. Demon god. Goblet stirs her soup with a finger. From another plane of existence. Hard to believe that Josephine Sang is going to remain untarnished by this whole thing. The little Dicker's face hardens. 20 years of misery. 20 years of suffering. For tens of thousands. Hundreds, maybe. That's the way it is. The way the world works. The powerful play their games and the little people pay the price. She'll see justice someday. She has to. Wu stares into his soup, squinting in concentration. But one thing doesn't add up for me. Why was Josephine Sang so intent on shutting us down? Why wouldn't she be? You saw what she was responsible for. No, think about it.
The Hong Kong police force snipers, the plastic-faced man, all of the resources that she poured into capturing Raymond and hunting us down. And she's already covered her tracks with that illegal drug lab explosion, right? So why not just let Ray do his thing and cover it up afterwards? Doesn't add up. I believe that I have an answer. I noticed it when I saw the Fortune engine again, for the first time. A module attached to the machine. One that I didn't design. A module? A siphon. Mother was stealing it the whole time. The cast-off positive key from the walled city. Leeching it for her own benefit. That is how its saying mechanical services rose so quickly. From the minor company my father built, to the powerful corporation it is today. It's how she got herself on the Executive Council of Hong Kong. She was creating her own luck. Not creating. Stealing. The hint of a smile crosses Raymond's weathered face. It will be interesting to see what will happen to her company now that the Fortune engine is shut down. Maybe we should send her some four-leaf clovers. She might need them. Gobbet finishes her soup, lets out a little belch, and pats her stomach, satisfied. She tosses the bowl in the corner for Madness and Polly. So what now? Now bed. Good plan for everybody, but especially you, Vic. Wu winks at you. You look like shit. So I've heard. I can catch up with people first. You enter to find Wu setting up a little nest on the floor of his cabin, using an old tarp for a blanket and a duffel bag for a pillow. Before you ask, this is for me. He stabs a thumb towards his bed. Raymond gets the bunk. Raymond looks around the cabin with some apprehension. He sniffs the air and his nose wrinkles. This is where you live? That's right. We took what we could get. It's been a rough ride since we followed you here. I am sorry that you had to follow me. Had to go through what you did. Live like this. To help me. Forget that. I think you've lived with enough guilt for one lifetime. She's right, Ray. I don't know what sort of justice you're looking for, but coming here alone, facing Kenya, I was wrong, little man. You're no coward. I still can't believe what you did. The way you stood up to her. Me either. The old man's eyes crinkle, offer you something new. Respect. But you did it, and you were very clever. Even after all that has happened, I still find it hard to believe that Mother, he swallows, did those things. What exactly was she doing to your brain, Raymond? We know she was altering your memories. One memory. Just one. She is going to make me believe that my Fortune engine never worked, that my theory was wrong, and that was why she cancelled Prosperity. It was the smallest, simplest change she could think of. The most believable. What would happen to your memories of living in Seattle? Would it wipe our entire history together? Too complicated. I would still go to Seattle, still run away, but it would be because of my loss of face, at having failed in front of all my subordinates, instead of... He lets the thought drift. Lucky thing for us, that you did come to Seattle. Wu smirks at you, flashes his pearly whites. Well, maybe not for Vic here. She's had a harder road than me. So I understand. Duncan tells me that you were in prison for a long time. I had no idea. Yeah, I was locked down hard. No communication with the outside world. That would explain a great deal. The old man closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. I misjudged you for many years. I was wrong. Did that really just happen? Did Ray just say he was wrong? Hold out your hand. Yes, he did. Thank you, Raymond. Raymond takes your hands and shakes it. The hand feels frail, like it's made of pigeon bones. It appears that we both have gaps in what we know about the other's past. I want to take the time to fill them in. For years I worked to help you to develop a strong sense of self-identity, wanted you to know who you were, live a genuine life. He makes eye contact, doesn't flinch, perhaps because I was living a lie. Now that you're older, I've been through so much, I must ask, who are you? Do you know? I'm trying to figure that out. I think perhaps we only understand who we are at the end, when we can look back on the whole thing, add it all up. Okay, Raymond, you need a rest. Tomorrow I'll take you to see a guy named Ambrose. He might be able to help you with that stutter. And maybe we'll get dim sum together like we used to, the three of us. I'd like that. Dim sum sounds good. Let's see how I feel tomorrow. Raymond rubs his stomach, lets out a little burp. Gobbet's soup does not agree with me. Raymond sits down on Wu's bunk and closes his eyes. A moment later, he begins snoring softly. I don't know what to think about him anymore, Vic. I don't know what to think about any of this. You're gonna stay in Hong Kong, Wu? Oh, crap. I don't know. It's too late to think. I'll probably just do what I've been doing since we arrived here. Follow your lead. He pulls his armor over his head and drops it on the bed. Now get out of here. I've got a date with a duffel bag pillow. Isabel looks up at you, a troubled expression on her face. She's found any peace from your victory in the walled city. She isn't showing it. Well, we did it. Kanya is gone, and we never have to set foot in the walled city again. She tries on a smile. It falls away a moment later. I guess that I don't need these memories anymore. You haven't needed them since we got back. So why haven't you deleted them yet? I don't know. I want to, but something's holding me back. It doesn't feel right somehow, and I don't know why. Look, if you delete those memories, you'll be doing to yourself what Josephine Sang was trying to do to Raymond. She says nothing, just stares. A moment later, she nods. Yeah, that's what I'd be doing. Changing my past through omission and rewriting my present by doing it. I think that it's a form of self-mutilation, kinda. Makes me feel uneasy. They're ultimately your memories, Isabel. Do what you want with them. You have no one to answer to but yourself. Yes, I know. And I want to be sure that I can live with whatever decision I do make. I'm thinking maybe I'll sleep on it. I think that's a good call. It's been a big day. Yeah, a bit. You can probably use the rest too. She offers you a small smile. Good night, Seattle, and rest well. You've earned it. Gobbet! As you enter Gobbet's cabin, you find her sipping from an enormous mug. Something dark and steamy sloshes as she lowers the vessel. Her rats squeak happily from their perches on her shoulders. That was a hell of a thing, wasn't it? We fought a Yama King and we won. Given a choice, I'd like to stay far, far away from demon gods from this point on. As life goals go, I've heard worse. She gives you a smile, followed by a yawn and a long, languid stretch. Been a long day, hasn't it? I'll be licking my wounds for a while after this one. Think I might have pulled something on my way out of the prosperity chamber. I'm a little sore too. It'd be easier to name the parts of my body that aren't sprained. We both need sleep. It's night-night time. To be perfectly frank, I don't even know how you're still standing right now. Sheer force of will. Yeah, I'll bet. Go exert your will in your cabin then. We mere mortals need to sleep. We'll see you tomorrow though, right? I mean, you're not going anywhere. It's phrased as a statement, firm and final. Yeah, got that. I'll see you then. Yeah, right, good. I'll see you then. She hesitates for a moment, then the corner of her mouth tilts up into that old familiar smirk. Oh, and Seattle? Yeah? Sweet dreams. What is it about the female Shadowrunners in the Shadowrun games that is just so very gay? Was that Gaichu sitting up there? I'm gonna check his cage. The cage is sure is empty. Rakta eyes you impassively. He wears an easy smile, but his eyes are as cold and unfeeling as Koshai's senses. Well, my friend, quite an evening. We fought and treated with an extra-dimensional being, prevented her from nesting in the walled city, and shut down a machine that was twisting fate itself. A rather impressive list of accomplishments, wouldn't you say? Somehow I don't feel like celebrating. No, my friend. No, of course you don't. So, what's next for you, Rakta? Well, I'll remain here in Hoi, of course. This place is perfect for my needs. I can easily acquire any materials that I might need, and with your help I have acquired a certain level of proficiency at evading the police. This will be testbed for future of our species, the birthplace of a new form of life, and I will help to usher it into the world. You know how that sounds, right? As you know what I am, what I can do, smile Winans. You'll be here beside me when the time comes, yes? That depends on exactly what you're planning to do. And that remains an open question. I suppose that we'll just have to wait and see for ourselves. He cocks his head, grinning. Koshai mimics the motion. The anticipation will be invigorating. In the interim, be well, my friend, and rest while you can. There is more looming on the horizon than you could possibly dream of. Why is Gaichu just sitting out here? I am not catching up with him. I'm gonna sleep. Your bunk on the trawler lies waiting, patient and seductive. It beckons with the promise of escape. Go to sleep and end the campaign. You drop your head onto the pillow and haul the rough naval blanket over you. The bolt hole rocks like a cradle, and moments later you are wrapped in the comforting arms of sleep. There are no nightmares, only shadows. The story of the Walled City riots circulates local news networks for nearly a week. Few outside of Hong Kong hear about the incident, and of those that do, even fewer care. By the end of the month, the city is back to business as usual. In Hoi, the flow of refugees eventually slows to a trickle. Those who do escape tell stories of a terrifying demon goddess, finally driven away by one old man and a rabble of outsiders. Their mad ramblings are generally met with pity or contempt. After the incident in the Walled City, the unbroken lucky streak that propelled Tsang Mechanical Services into the limelight comes to an abrupt end. Evidence of Josephine Tsang's culpability in the Walled City riots, as delivered by a reliable source, is aired on the Horizon News Network, and the corporation's stock prices go into a freefall. Within a year, Wuxing Incorporated buys out, absorbs and dismantles the company, and Josephine Tsang is quietly filed away in a corporate prison. She remains there, buried behind walls of concrete and rebar, until she hangs herself 3 months later. Yikes! Didn't need to know that part. Hoi remains a safe port of call for smugglers, gangsters, and Shadowrunners alike. You are no exception. The Shadows here welcome you, in a way that Seattle never did. You've earned the respect of your fixer, your clients, and your community. Now that the APB on you and your team has been lifted, by parties unknown, you're free to operate openly in Hong Kong. This place is yours now. Your home. With the wrong... Oh. Your home. It would have been more effective if they said, you are home, and there would have been no confusion over whether it was, your, like the singular word, or the conjoined word. I hate the music clashing over each other. But, oof.